show. I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures from a snowy Knoxville, Tennessee. We don't get much snow, so it shuts the city down. I think we're supposed to get anywhere from 5 to 8 inches by the time all this ends, so it's a good day to be in and have this show scheduled. Hey, Summer Cottage. Hey, Wes. Hey, make sure this is showing up on our YouTube page. I think I got it switched. Hey, Chamir. Hey, Timothy. Hey, Mom Bug. Anybody I've missed? We got postcards today. Obviously, this is more of the this is more of the stuff from the farmhouse up in East Tennessee near Greenville. So, looking forward to getting through these. We still got a ton to go through. Probably enough for at least one more show, if not two. Have a couple of postcard albums we can do today later. So, I'd like to hear you sing that, Shamir. Hey, Mighty Annie. So yeah, anyway, let me know if anybody wants to run out and see the snow real quick. Any of you people who are in warm weather climates where I'd love to be. No, not today, Timothy. I will next Friday, though. Today's only postcards. Next Friday, 1 p.m., I do have another general ephemera show. Not a whole lot yet, Annie, just maybe an inch or so. Maybe two in some spots. We're supposed to get about anywhere between 5 to 8 inches before it all ends tonight. So, all right, Timothy, thanks for stopping by. 3 new inches. Yeah, I know my son lives in Nashville, and he said they got maybe 7 or 8 inches so far. Theirs might be getting close to ending since they're 3 hours west of us. Hey, Moody Mommy. Hey, Hokey Scott. Hey, Vintage Memories. Let me look over here at the laptop, see who I missed. Ashley, anybody else that I missed. So today's show, as I mentioned, postcards from the farmhouse that I went up to, and then next week will be ephemera from that same farmhouse. For those of you who've been in the last two rounds of this, so about the same as us, Hokey Scott. I mean, I would guess just based on how it's snowing so far, we'll probably end up with 4 or 5 inches, which once again is a lot for us. I mean, I did move the cars up to the top of the driveway and put some salt down on the uh, driveway and sidewalk. The key will be whether we can get out of our neighborhood because we have hills on both sides. One of them's a big curve, and a lot of times that doesn't get us much snow for whatever reason, so we'll see. Hey, what's up, Frizzy's Finds? That's my other cohort on our podcast, which make sure you check that out. Cool. Glad to hear that, Wes. You can go to Finders Flippers Resale Podcast on YouTube and join Johnny, Wes, and myself. We do new episodes every Tuesday night. And we got a live coming up a week from Sunday. I think is it next weekend? I think it is next weekend. So that's to celebrate 200 subscribers, and we're well on our way to 300 now. So looking forward to that. Nashville has 2 inches. See, my son said 7 inches, but he tends to exaggerate. So, but I know he lives at the top of a huge hill, or like halfway up a huge hill. So tell you what, let's go ahead and get started. So I'll flip the camera around. Oh, let me just talk about the format a little bit. Let me take this off here so I can show the table here. Looks kind of like a Vegas table or something. There's no gambling involved, though. Make that clear. So what I do is I put stacks of 5 or so postcards in each of the spots 1, 2, and 3. Then I'll put 10 or so postcards down here. Then we'll start a 45-second auction. As many postcards as I can throw on top of the 10 in 45 seconds. You'll get the whole stack, and then you can choose one stack from the top as well. Based on what we found in the last two shows, I know we found everything from Halloween postcards to, most of them have been in the early 1900s. With, going up through maybe the 40s seems to be the newer ones we found. So let me get everything here where we can see it. So let me move those in a little bit. All right, let me just go. Oh, let me show you what I'm pulling from back here too. Untether here real quick. So yeah, these are all the boxes I'll be pulling from, and I have no idea what's in them. And then we have this album, and this album. What I'll do with this album, I'll show it in the album, but I'll probably take them out before I send them. So just because I can use those pages and it'll just add an unnecessary weight since there's nothing special about that album. This album is absolutely huge. So what to figure out? Do y'all want to run the whole album later or, take pages out? I mean, because the pages are coming out. But it is a cool album with the floral design. Then a smaller album back here. So lots and lots of stuff. So let me plug back in here. Back on the tripod. All right, so let me go ahead and just pull a stack randomly from back here somewhere. And we will start by getting our 5-15 cards or so for up top. Let me change glasses too. As I said in other shows, it's terrible when you get old and you have to have different glasses for everything. So you should see the rest of it that you can't see, Mighty Annie. All right, so here's the, let me turn on this light. There we go. So here's the old St. Louis Gate souvenir postcard, views of Quebec. So there's one, home of Oliver Ellsworth in Windsor, Connecticut. There's two, undivided back. Here's number 3. That is Haven Hill, Massachusetts, first post office. Another undivided back. Here's the General Sherman Big Tree in California. That's 4. And here's In the Chester Valley, number 5. So, and I mean, these postcards are in varying degrees of condition, I guess. I mean, they've been sitting in this farmhouse for God knows how long. If there's like extreme damage, I pointed out and usually don't count that in the numbers. A lot of them are going to have corner dings and things like that. So I'm not going to say something every time that happens. Oh, thanks for the raid, Bobby. Super Ed, make sure you follow him if you like comic books. He does comic shows, usually a couple of times a week, I think. You can let us know when your next show is. But he's a friend of mine. We have a booth. We both have booths at Granny's Attic in Clinton. So yeah, make sure you go follow Super Ed. All right, so for stack number 2 here, we have harvesting hay in Nebraska. That's wild. Look at that. That is a lot of hay. Here's Kissam Hall at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. So right over in Moody Mommy's neck of the woods, here's Furman Hall at Vanderbilt University. And one thing we have found out from going through these things the last 2 shows is there's no rhyme or reason to how these things got put in boxes. I mean, they're just completely random. I mean, you'll occasionally find some together like the 2 Vanderbilt, but for the most part, they're just like random. And I'm sorry if I miss anything in the chat. I try to keep up, but when I'm looking at these, sometimes I forget to look. So if I don't respond to you coming in, welcome in everybody. Yeah, I can do that. And if I was, this one does have maybe like, well, no, those aren't creases. I don't think they're just like some little, can you see that? But, yeah, maybe it does have a little crease right there. But yeah, that's that postcard. And then number 5 for that one is Rochester, New York. Hey, Johnny Rochester. Driving Park Avenue Bridge in Lower Falls. That one does have a stamp on it, 1909. So there's stack number 2. For stack number 3, we will have Pleasant View, home of the Reverend Mary Baker. And she the Christian Science person, I think. Undivided back. But this one's got a really bad crease in it, so we won't count it. But that's Surfing Rocks near Old Harbor in Rhode Island. So we're still at 1. Here is the entrance to the Hotel du Nil in Cairo. And this one we won't count either, but it's got, I don't know if something's chewed on it at some point or what, but anyway. So we'll throw a couple more up there in spot number 3. That's Owingo House, Indian Neck, Brantford, Connecticut. Oh yeah, and what the pennies are for. So when a stack doesn't get picked, I take a penny away. And then once it hasn't been picked 3 times in a row, I set that stack aside, and then we'll do a dollar start at the very end of the show on anything that's left. So, Uh, I didn't know it was going to give me ads on my fireplace app over here. Let me turn that off. I had it on earlier while I was getting ready. Hold on just a second. Let me just mute it. Dinner on autopilot. I'm enjoying husky. All right. Yeah, I had the fireplace app going for, my knees hurt. I have no idea. We have seen quite a few military postcards in the last show. As I mentioned, these are just, we're basically unboxing them. I haven't looked through these boxes, and there's also a couple albums we'll look through, and there very well may be, but I don't know, unfortunately. So, but that's part of the fun of looking through it. And there's a Christmas card that's embossed. So we'll make that stack 3. All right, so now we'll go ahead and get our first 10 for the table, and then we'll start a 45-second auction and see how many we can throw down. All right, so this is the boathouses in Lake Sunapee, New Hampshire. I'm not sure what that is, but it is an older postcard from early 1900s. 1915. So some kind of tree there. There's 2. Here's a best wishes for a bright and happy Christmas. That one's 1910. There's 3. Here's State Street looking north from Van Buren Street in Chicago, Illinois. Hey, Grandma Sherry. Well, welcome in. I hope everything you bought in the last shows made it safely. And that you enjoyed them. Looking at Market Street in San Francisco, California. Haymore Rancher. Things will most likely ship out on Monday from this show. I might make it out tomorrow. I'm supposed to work at my antique mall tomorrow. I got to talk to the owner and see if we're going to be open. There's Bunker Hill Monument in Boston, Massachusetts, undivided back. Here's Pennsylvania Railroad Station in Chester, Pennsylvania, 1917. I like reading the messages on the back of these too. So here's the Bridge to Clubhouse, Sachem Head, Connecticut. Lots of snow. Here's the Pilgrim, Fort Trumbull Beach in Milford, Connecticut. And I've lost count, so I'll just keep throwing some down before I start it. Here's Brattlesboro, Vermont. So it's not too bad here yet. I mean, we probably have maybe between an inch or 2. I saw on the Weather Channel where they're still calling for maybe anywhere between 5 to 8 inches before it all ends. So we'll see. Keep me posted on how bad it is in Clinton so, we can make an educated decision with Kat on what to do about tomorrow. My guess is there won't be a whole lot of people out tomorrow, but if I can make it over there, I don't mind coming. So, all right. And then I think we'll do one more after this and call it 10. I know that's quite a few more than 10. And then we'll start the 45-second auction, and I'll continue to throw cards down until the auction ends. Here's a real photo of something I can't read. It does have some text there, but undivided back. So, all right. So just a reminder, you're bidding on everything in this stack, plus you'll be able to pick stack 1, 2, or 3 up top when the auction ends. And I think I got enough here to make it through. So let me get this one ready, because I try to go pretty fast with these to give y'all as many as we can get in there. So, all right, we'll do everything at tell you what, we'll just do $3 starts today. And 45 seconds. Y'all been good to me the last couple of weeks, so we'll start at 3 instead of 5. And that is rain. So here's Shady Lane in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, undivided back. Here's Summer Island in Launch Dorothy in Branford, Connecticut. I won't say as much about these so we can get through them. Here's Views of Fitchburg. Here's Adams, Massachusetts. Oops. Undivided back. There's Paradise Pond, Northampton, Massachusetts, 1906. Here is General U.S. Grant Monument and Tomb in New York. We got one nerdy llama in at $3. Be a great deal if you get these at 3. There comes another bid. Here's a photograph of the New Hartford house in New Hartford, Connecticut. Undivided back. Yeah, if you time your bids right, you can maximize the number of cards we get down there. So here's the depot in Windsor, Vermont. Looks like a railroad depot. There's Adams Building in New York. Here's Farlow Park in Newton, Massachusetts. Here is Scene at Waterwork Park in Detroit, Michigan. We got Eva Beck is going to take it. Thank you so much. And I had this one in my hand, so we'll throw it in. And yeah, and make sure I did finally turn on my rewards program or whatever it's called. So once you unlock bronze, make sure you click up there and apply your coupon for your next purchase, and give you a little bit of a discount. So, all right, do you want stack 1, 2, or 3, Eva Beck? Just let me know. Number 1. So yeah, that had the General Sherman tree. So yeah, some cool postcards in there. All right, let me write your name on a sticky here. Oh, and I'll just give everybody the same heads up I do every show. So far, it hasn't been a problem for anybody. Since you're just buying lots of postcards, I don't attempt to separate them out. I mean, I just stack them up. So you'll just get a huge stack of postcards. So far in, 4 years of selling on Whatnot, I have not had any complaints or any issues when I run these kind of shows. But I just wanted to let you know. It's just, well, that's just the way I do it. So anyway, appreciate everybody coming in. Let's go ahead and get 5 more for number 1. Oh, let me take these pennies away. All right, so for stack number 1, looks like we have a real photo postcard here. That's the Pine Lodge in Weetown, Connecticut or something. Anyway, there's one. Here is 1911. It's a poem to find a friend along life's road who will help to bear another's load. Very ornate on the back there. We won't count this one because it does have a really bad crease in the corner here, but it's a birthday card like that. Still a neat card. So that's 2 still. Here's number 3, North Pearl Street from State Street in Albany. And then here's the Grand Central Station in New York City. I've been there before. And then this one's actually got some creases, so we'll do 2 more. So there's some street east from Wilder Building in Rochester. Hey, Rochester, New York, Johnny. There's Christmas greetings. So we'll go ahead and call that stack 1. And let me pull some more so we'll have enough to make it through the next round here. Let's go back here and pull. All right, so here's the Masonic Temple in Littleton, New Hampshire. This one does have some wear along the edge there. Here's Nashua, New Hampshire, the Oddfellows building. So a couple of secret society postcards there. Here's the maple trees of Takeo Kyoto in Japan, I suppose. There's 3. I'm not sure what that one is, but just looks like an old farmhouse. There's 4. Here's a cemetery postcard from Simsbury, Connecticut. Does have some little bit of damage there, and then a little bit of damage there. That's one of the Azos that has. Oh, this one doesn't have triangles. Anybody knows the Azo date codes? What do the 4 diamonds represent? I know like 4 triangles pointing up or 1904 to 1918. So I don't know if that's a little bit later one, but in any case, you got that. Here's another real photo from the residence of C.P. Croft in Connecticut. Another ASO. See, that one's got the 4 triangles pointing up. So yeah, if you ever want to date real photos, the ASOs are really easy because you can find websites that will tell you what the corner symbols mean there. Hey, Gina, welcome in. Speaking of antique malls, that's the manager of the West End Antique Mall. Hold on just a second. I may go silent for just a second. I'm going to increase the brightness on my phone so I can see it a little better. What's it not coming up? Well, I thought I was. There we go. All right, there we go. Here's the Grange in Connecticut. So it does have like a little bit of, well, that may be part of the photo because I don't feel any roughness there. So, and then here's Brandon, Vermont, Brandon Inn. Well, welcome in, everyone. Here's St. Peter's Church in New Britain, Connecticut. And then here's the Mennonites and Amish people of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Let's see. We'll put a few more in there. Before we start it, here's Perry Landing at the Lighthouse Point in New Haven, Connecticut. Here's Pleasant Street in Concord, New Hampshire. That's probably more than 10, so we'll go ahead and get it started. 1907 and 1909 is the diamonds. Thank you, Mighty Annie. Thank you, Moody Mommy. You actually said it first, so thank you very much for the help. That's the great thing about Whatnot. You can learn so much in these shows, too. All right, let me go ahead and start this. We're going to run next. It should do a $3 start at 45 seconds if I remember correctly. So, yep, there we go. So here's Riding Animal Indian Elephant Gunda at the New York Zoological Park. That one does have a couple of dings on it there. This one does as well. Mississippi River from Indian Mound Park. Here is View on Lake Buell, Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Here's the Christ Protestant Episcopal Church. There's like some kind of war. I don't know which war that is. Here's Stafford Springs Agricultural Park. Oops, it started at 5. Sorry about that. I guess I'll have to go change the master listing, but hopefully it would have gone more than 5 anyway. This one's got some glitter on it. Wow, no bids. I think that's the first time that's happened. Tell you what, we'll just start it again, and I'll continue to add postcards. Let's see, let me start auction. Change this down to $3 and start auction. All right, there's the beach scene in Woodmont, Connecticut. Here's the birthplace of Captain Nathan Hale, South Coventry, Connecticut. I think most all these have been early 1900s. There's the waterfall in New Burlington, Connecticut. It's got an advertisement on the back, so it's not well, I guess it is postcards. So, and then there's that one. Okay, Mo Rancher is winning. All right, this may change things. There's a Halloween postcard that popped up, so you better get in. It says Halloween 1911. So there's that one. We'll just, and let me look at this one, just tell you what kind of condition it's in. It's actually in okay condition. It looks like it might have been in an album at one point. Oh, wow. Great buy on that. Just the Halloween postcard's probably easily $15 or $20. So, One Nerdy Llama, thank you so much. And do you want stack 1, 2, or 3? Number 3. Okay, let me write your name down. And tell you what, let me go ahead and put this postcard, this Halloween, I'm going to go ahead and put it in a sleeve for you. All right, so that one's in a sleeve there. You are welcome. All right, so we'll take from there and there. And let's go and get 5 more for spot number 3 here. Here's Cambridge, Trinity College, the Great Gate. I'm not sure what this one, it says the horses leaving the vessels. Then that one is French Canyon in Illinois. Then there's the Stone Lodge in Florida. Sorry about the glare there. Yeah, that one's real faded out on the back, so we won't count that one. Here is Looking Down from the Mecca in New York. And there's Looking East Along the Shore, Ocean Beach, New London, Connecticut. All right, so there's 3. Let me go ahead and grab some more over here. All right, here's a Rock City Gardens in Lookout Mountain, Tennessee in Chattanooga. I've been there many a time. Looks like there's some duplicates of that one, so we will just put one in there. Let me just set those off. Here's another, the Swing Along Bridge in Rock City Gardens in Lookout Mountain. Here is, looks like a foreign real photo type postcard. So you got that one. Looks maybe Egyptian or something. Here's somebody with their donkeys. Yeah, so that one's Egypt. So I bet that one was Egypt too. Hey, Casey Breaks. Hey, Postcard Hound, DGW, welcome in. Blue Golf. Anybody else I've missed? I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures. We are doing postcards today. Be doing just more general ephemera stuff next week. You're going to bid on anything on the table, plus you can choose one stack up top. So once I get about 10 cards down here, we'll start the clock for 45 seconds and go from there. Here's one view of the Thimble Islands in Connecticut. And here is another Thimble Islands in Connecticut. Different view. Here is the Ye Old Town Mill in New London, Connecticut. Here's the Village Inn in Medway, Massachusetts. And here's New National Bank in Bristol, Connecticut. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, these all came out of a farmhouse near Greenville, Tennessee. There's really no rhyme or reason to how they were in these boxes. It's just how they were pulled out. And then I'm just randomly pulling them out and going through them. So here is another Stony Creek, Connecticut. That one's 1906. And here's Main Street from Court Square North, wherever that might be. Here's the beach at Shipping Point. Look at all the people swimming out there. There's the back of that one. There is High Island in Stony Creek, Connecticut. And then there's Winnipesaukee River in Tilton, New Hampshire. Let me do one more. I think we're well over 10 there. There's some kind of, the Flume in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. 1910. Before I run this, let me edit my master over here so that I can make sure these start at $3. $3 start. And confirm. Oops, let me look like it. Hold on, let me edit that again because it looks like it said there were restricted items in there, but I don't know how that. Wonder how that got turned down. Hopefully it's not doesn't mean it was turned on for the first ones. Yeah, it has a little button. Are there any restricted or potentially hazardous materials in this listing? Let's see, $3. All right, I think we're good now. So let me go in and repin this just to make sure that we. All right, so let me get ready. So once again, you're going to bid on everything in the middle, plus you can choose one up top, and we'll see how many we can get through in 45 seconds. Yeah, it's like if you're shipping stuff with batteries and stuff, there's a checkbox you can check, and it just means it goes ground advantage versus priority mail. It's not that huge a deal, but I'm not sure how it got turned on. So sometimes the defaults what not turns on don't make any sense. Like for a while there, they were making everything sudden death if you didn't go in and change it. So anyway, everything's cool. Here's Main Street, Center Village in Enfield, New Hampshire, and let's go ahead and start this. $3 start, 45 seconds, and we're off and running. So there's that one. Here's the Wayside Chapel in New Hampshire. Here's a Christmas. Look at this Santa Claus. Creepy, creepy. It does have a little tear right there, but some really cool stuff in the background on this one. And not sure what that one is. Looks like a train maybe going on a mountain. Horseshoe Curve in California. And then there's, not sure what that one is. Here is View in Iverton, Connecticut. And there is the Steamboat Landing in Long Island, Maine. Thank you for the bid, One Nerdy Llama. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Old Block House. All right. Nice stack for $3 there. And do you want 1, 2, or 3? Hey, BB James, number 2. All right, that will go in your stack over here. And let's pull those. Actually, put those there. All right. So here's our next 5 for up top. Hey, thanks for coming in. King County Courthouse in Seattle, Washington. Here is Sleep in Forest Park in Springfield, Massachusetts. Here is Hollyhead Station Hotel, wherever that might be. Oh, wow, look at all the postage due stamps. So whatever stamp they used here was not enough postage, and they had 6 cents postage due. You don't see postage due stamps on postcards very often. Yeah, due 6 cents. So that's got some cool stamps on it there. And I guess at 2 o'clock we'll run the first album. So stick around for that. There's some really cool albums, at least from the outside. I don't know what's in them exactly, so we'll see. 1907, Undivided Back. And then whatever house that is. Got a lot of people next to the porch there, though. Dormitory of Holton College, maybe? Campbell University in Kansas. So that's not Campbell in North Carolina. Here's the Puritan. That one does have a little bit of damage there. Undivided Back. Here is Cooley House in Springfield, Massachusetts. Here's Lover's Leap in New Milford, Connecticut from MA and AA, 1906. And here would be the Connecticut River in Springfield, Massachusetts, 1908. Here is White Horse Ledge in North Conway, New Hampshire. Here's the Tlingit Totem Pole and House at the New York Zoological Park. And let me go ahead and do this one. This one does have some creases and such, but that's Concord, New Hampshire, the Coontacook River. All right, let me grab another stack so we have enough to make it through. Oh, let's pull from here. All right, hopefully this will go to $3.45. Run next, and there we go. Yep, it worked right that time. Whatever that one is. Then we have a mini happy returns of the day with the flowers. Then we have a Happy New Year. There's a Christmas postcard, or Happy New Year postcard, actually, embossed. Here's Valentine's card. Think of me. Got Cupid on there. Here is Easter wishes. You will enjoy this day in every way. I guess that's supposed to be German, maybe. Here's another Happy Easter. Looks like a German kid there with the 2 bunny rabbits. 1910. Here's Best Wishes for Easter. This one's cool. Unfortunately, it does have a tear. So, Seesaw Marjorie Doll, Valentine's greetings. And then there's a birthday greetings. Looks like Grandma Sherry's going to take this one. Oops, and I had this one in my hand that I just dropped, so we'll throw this one in too. It's Peaceful Easter to You with the chicks and the blue egg there. And do you want 1, 2, or 3, Grandma Sherry? Grandma Sherry, number 1. You saved number 1 from extinction. All right, so let's go ahead. So these are retired now. So we'll stick these. We'll just start them up here. So at the end of the show, we'll do a dollar start for all the ones that didn't get picked. So let's put 3 back here. Pull this one off and 3 back here. All right, so let's get our stacks for up top. We got to fill all of them up. How did that work? Did I forget to refill up there maybe? Anyway, here's a birthday greetings. This one looks like maybe it's got that's raised up. I don't know, can't tell what material it is. But that's from 1909, so there's one. There's Peaceful Easter to You. Here's another one with the, I guess, pseudo-German or Dutch or whatever. I can give you so much love as you want on der shortest notice, mein sweetest heart. I guess it's like Dutch. Sounds like the Swedish cook. So there's 3. No, I don't have any stamps and books today. Blocks indeed. I might have some next week. You know, it's kind of another unboxing type of show with just general ephemera, so I really don't know what all they'll be. But I'll look and see if I have any other stamps I can bring next week. Here's Thanksgiving greetings. You're welcome. Here's very kind wishes and regards. We'll put that in 1. Then we have a happy birthday. Here's a Christmas greetings card. Here's many happy returns for the day. Nice purple color there. Here's a happy birthday card. And then here's some Easter bunnies to wish you a happy Easter. Well, put that in 2, and then 3. Another Easter bunny. We seem to have hit a run of holiday cards here. Here's birthday greeting. Here's my heart's best gift, Valentine's Day. Here's another birthday one. And then there's Happy New Year. All right, so we have our stacks up top. And we just start them all back at 3. I'm not sure what I did last time. Since I only had 1, I probably forgot to fill 1 on the one before. So let me grab another stack from back here. Just a reminder, at 2, we'll do the first album. So, all right. So here's Faneuil Hall in Boston, Massachusetts. Here is the Old South Middle, Yale University. There's 2. Here's Grant's Tomb in New York. There is the dam in Nashua, New Hampshire. Here's the Yale Gymnasium at Yale University, 1905. Miss Susan J. Goodwin, East Hartford, Connecticut. That's where that was sent. Here's the Statue of Liberty in New York. This one does have like a crease in it, if you can see that there, and a corner ding. Here is Albany, New York, State Street from Broadway. Hey, welcome in, Bridget Ann, Caters, Bama Boys Toys. Thanks for coming in. Anybody else I've missed? I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures, doing postcards today. You'll be bidding on the stack here in the middle, and then you can choose any stack up top if you win. So here's Winter Scene in Forest Park, Springfield, Massachusetts. Here is Hunt's Mill in Providence, Rhode Island. It's a cool place. 1906, I think it says. Here's Real Photo postcard. It just says D22, I think, but it says the Hortonia, wherever the Hortonia is. Dear Ed, stop Saturday night at Manchester in the mountains, 140 miles. So maybe, I'm sure it's up north somewhere. Here is bird's eye view showing Bay, Watch Hill, Rhode Island. And there's a bird's eye view of Providence River in Providence, Rhode Island. Undivided back. Do a couple more and then we'll start it. Here's South Water Street in Providence, Rhode Island. It does have a nice crease there. And then post office in Albany, New York. And I'll do one more and then we'll get it started. Here's State Street in Springfield, Massachusetts. All right, so this should be $3 start, 45 seconds, and it is running. Here's Fishing Smacks at Dock, Stainton, Connecticut. Here is the bridge over the Naugatuck, Derby, Connecticut. Try to go faster with these so you get as many postcards as possible. Here's the New London Lighthouse. Here's Kirkland Hall at Yale, so quite a few Yale postcards we've seen. Here is the library, Anna Sewell Memorial Fountain in Connecticut. There is Down in the River at the Golden Spur in Earlytown, Connecticut. And this one has a crease, Hotchkiss Kiss, Indian Neck in Branford, Connecticut. Thank you, Hokey Scott, and everybody else who's bid. There's the railroad station at Bridgeport, Connecticut. And then, oh, this one's cool. It's got a lighthouse on it, and it's Bridgeport, Connecticut. So a lot of nautical stuff going on that one from 1909. And then we have Hill House High School in New Haven, Connecticut. Then we have the White City in New Haven, Connecticut. And then there is Long Pier, Savin Rock, West Haven, Connecticut. And then I already had this one in my hand, Hokey Scott. So we will say Merwin's Inn in Woodmont, Connecticut. And then do you want number 1, 2, or 3 up top? So I hope y'all feel y'all are getting good value in these. I mean, these are ones, I know I could piece them out, but I have so many. This is more fun and a lot quicker, and I'll let somebody else go through and decide what they want to do with them. So we'll leave that there. And that's your first purchase today, Hokey Scott. Thank you. You write your name down. Where am I hearing music from? Hold on just a second. Let me see where this music's coming from. Oh, it's the Alexa turned on in my bedroom. Hold on just a second. Alexa, music off. Alexa, off. Yeah, I bet my wife tried to turn it on upstairs and played it down here instead. So anyway, all right. So here we go for our 5 up here. Let me pull this one and this one. Here's Savin Rock in West Haven, Connecticut. The fishing pier, it looks like there. 1908. Yeah, so the majority of these ones that I found in the farmhouse have all seemed to be early 1900s with a few newer ones thrown in, maybe up through the 40s. So here's Swing Bridge in Canaan, Connecticut. That one does have a crease right here, so we won't count it. And then there is, we won't count this one either because it's got a pretty bad corner ding, but that's Meridian, Connecticut. So we're still at 1. Here's number 2, the State Armory in Providence, Rhode Island. Here's number 3, Franklin School in Derby, Connecticut. Undivided back. Holy Trinity Church, Middleton, Connecticut. The cool little car out front there. I think one more. And here's Schofield's Mill in Oakdale, Montville, Connecticut. All right, so let's go ahead and get our 10 on the table here. Here's Crosby High School in Waterbury, Connecticut. Undivided back. Here's New Christ Church in Greenwich, Connecticut. Here is Dean Academy in Franklin, Massachusetts. Seem to be maybe in a school theme here. Well, until now. Like I said, there's no rhyme or reason to how these things were organized. Here's the Boston Charlestown Bridge and elevated railway. Oh, look, the railway runs across the top, and then you have like carriages going across the main part there. 1906. Here is Calhoun Park in Springfield, Massachusetts. It's just so cool looking at these because you get a snapshot into what life was like back then. A lot different than it is now, obviously. There's that one, 1906. Mount Tom House. Here's Along the Shore in Ocean Park, Maine. And it does seem like the majority of these have been from up north. I mean, there's been definitely quite a few in the last two shows from other places, but they are heavy on the northeast. This one has a little tear in the corner there. So, not sure what. Oh, it's something. It's hard to read. Here's Hyde's Crossing, Elm Street from Christian Hill in Stonington, Connecticut. Hey, Red Cat Creations, Animal Vet, Auntie Rocks, Kurt Curtis, anybody else I missed. Stuart with Frankenhill Ventures here in Knoxville, Tennessee, snowy Knoxville, Tennessee today, doing postcards. Appreciate everybody stopping in. Here's Little Narragansett Bay in White Hill, Rhode Island. Y'all can listen to me butcher names of places too. Here's Ocean View Hotel, Block Island, Rhode Island. I like when they're all easy to read like that. This one does have quite a bit of creasing going on, if you can see that. So that's the old breakwater in Rhode Island. Can just throw in a couple more before we start. Here's Julie's Pure Cottage in Massachusetts. And then here's Boston, Massachusetts, the Old South Church. Here's one more. The Great Chamber in the House of the Seven Gables in Salem, Massachusetts. All right, I think that's quite a few more than 10 there. So let me grab another stack from back here so we don't run out. No, let's grab from here. All right, we'll do run next here. Should be a $3 start. Hey, Web Suzanne, Red Cat Creations, Bree Holtz, thanks for coming in. And here we go. This is a real photo of the beach somewhere. Here is Whitehead Channel, Cushing's Island. You're getting all the ones in the stack plus your choice of one stack up top, either 1, 2, or 3. That's the Rhode Island State Capitol in Providence. Here's the Summer White House in Cornish, New Hampshire. Here's Mount Washington from the Hotel Lookoff, 1916, I think that one says. Here's White Mountains in New Hampshire at the golf links. Thanks for the bids, everyone. Here is Pleasant Street from the New Stone Bridge. This one's got a crease, so I'm not really going to say anything about it. So we can get, that one does too. I'm just kind of throwing those in. Emergency Hospital in Nashua, New Hampshire. And then another Nashua, New Hampshire. And then the park in Newport, New Hampshire. And then finally, Faculty Pond in Dartmouth College. Postcard Hound, thank you. I believe that's your first purchase today. So let me know if you want 1, 2, or 3 up top. Number 2. All right, so we'll pull those. So both those are on their own life support now. All right, so we need to fill spot number 2 here. So we have Post Office in Manchester, New Hampshire. We have the First Church and Public Library in Nashua, New Hampshire. Then we have the Old Man of the Mountain, which is no longer there. I think it fell, didn't it? In the White Mountains of New Hampshire. There's another Old Man in the Mountain. So that's all you have left is memories of the Old Man in the Mountain. That was the one that was also on the state quarter for New Hampshire, I believe, and it fell. Real photo of a man in a canoe. He's really riding low in the water there, it looks like. Maybe, I guess he's leaned over to turn. 1909. Let's see, I don't think that Taku last Saturday, where I can't read it. But anyway, Hartford, Connecticut. Let me do one more here. Hey, Turner and her Chad, thanks for coming in. Here's the residence of Colonel Seth M. Richards in Newport, New Hampshire. So I think that'll do us for stack 2. And let me go ahead and get 10 down. Remember, at 2 o'clock, we'll do one of the books back here. So one of the albums. Here's Echo Lake in Lempster, New Hampshire. Undivided, no, well, 1909. So here is the harbor in Torquay. Looks like a foreign post. Well, no, it's a tux. Olet. So wherever that is. Does anybody know where Torquay is? And here is the entrance to Fort Wright at Fisher's Island. Here is the library at Columbia University. Here's the North Station in Boston, Massachusetts. Got the streetcar there and like a beer wagon or something maybe. Then here is a bridge of some sort. Hey, Secret Grotto. Hey, Taco Mike. Anybody else I missed? Hey, Paper Cat. New Britain Grammar School in New Britain, Connecticut. Here's Summer Day at Soundview, Connecticut. Completely lost count, so we'll just keep throwing some down before we start. I don't do a good job of keeping up. I'm not sure what this is. It's hard to read that red on the blue, but it's somewhere in Connecticut. 2 women walking in front of a building. And divide back there. I think that was one, yep. Seawall at Bridgeport, Connecticut. And then we'll do a couple more and then we'll get started. Here is the Electric Tower in Savin Rock, Connecticut. And then this one does have some creasing. That one's the Boulder at entrance of Coe Memorial Park. And then let me do one more. That one's Assembly Chamber at the State Capitol in Albany, New York, 1911. All right, I think I got enough to get us through this one here. So let me get the first one out there. And this is now running. There's Sarasota Springs in 1848, the Union Hotel. There is the Trinity Church and Empire Building in New York. Some kind of chapel, maybe. It's something house. There's another foreign postcard. Not sure what that one is. Here's Pompeii. This looks like maybe we're in a little run. Well, we were in a little run of foreign postcards. Here's a Christmas postcard. Here is, I'm not sure who she is. It is foreign. Here's Highland Bathing Beach. That's cool with all the people in the bluffs, New Oak Bluffs. There's Portland, Maine, the fountain at Deering Oaks. Here's a lighthouse at York Beach in Maine. That one's got cool colors. And then here is Women's Club at Worcester, Massachusetts. Or Worcester. I think it's Worcester. There's the U.S. Arsenal in Springfield. There's the Wharf in Massachusetts. Here's Tremont Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah, if you bid at the last second, it gives you 10 more whole seconds of postcards. Here's something in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. Here is Elmira, New York. Here's Echo Bridge. Here's Whitehall Building in New York City. New York City. Here is South Sudbury, Massachusetts. Here is Webster House in Marshfield, Massachusetts. All right, Postcard Hound. I had this one in my hand, so it's the Court Street opposite Town Hall in Westfield, Massachusetts. And then I'll just go ahead and do this one too. Upper Lake in South Hadley, Massachusetts. And 1, 2, or 3 from the top. Number 2. All right, this will go in Postcard Hound stack. All right, so that kills number 3, and it kills number 1. So I got to refill everything. I feel like I'm dealing in Vegas here, but All right, let me pull some more cards because I know I'm going to need them. Well, let's pull from over here. All right, here's the Brooklyn Bridge and the New York skyline. Here's the Woolworth Building in New York. It was the highest office building in the world at that time, 55 stories, 750 feet high. Here's Central Park, Yacht Lake in New York. So this stack may all be New York. That's a duplicate, so we'll come back to it. Here's the Statue of Liberty in New York. Uh-oh, can we get lucky and have a whole stack of New York? I don't know where this one is. It just says 22880, but I don't think it's New York, so wah, wah, wah. We got one non-New York postcard in there. Hey, Harry Chris, thanks for coming in. Here is the Chapel something State Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Here's Mount Tamalpais in California. Benjamin Franklin stamp on the back there. Here's the Stone Stairs in East Rock Park in New Haven, Connecticut. This one's got like glitter on it. And it's Union Station in Providence, Rhode Island. Undivided back. Here is the Guardian of the Pools, Sylvan Lake District in Black Hills, South Dakota. It does have a tear in the corner there. And then here is Mount Edith in Banff. My kids went to Banff. All right, so there's two, and then here's another Banff, Cascade in Banff. It says Canadian Souvenir Postcard. Here's Longfellow's house in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Here's Mammoth Cave Bridal Altar. Oh, somebody getting married in Mammoth Cave. I assume that's in Kentucky. Yep, Kentucky. Was here today with a party of Shriners and spent 6 hours underground. Here's, looks foreign, view and bazaar of Kanpur. Another tux. This one looks like it was probably in an album. You can see where the discoloration is, but it is a tux. And then here's Hotel Monmouth in Spring Lake, New Jersey. Who else getting snow today like we are? So far, I haven't looked. We'll actually, before we run the album here in a minute, we'll do the album after this. We'll actually walk back there and just see if there's still snowing. We're supposed to get anywhere up to 8 inches, I think. So we'll see how that goes. All right, get a drink of water, and let me go ahead and get 10 on the table here. Here's the Metropolitan Life Building in New York. Here is the Litchfield Mansion in Brooklyn, New York. Here's the Williamsburg Bridge in New York. Here's Central Park in New York. I think I remember seeing that when I went to New York. Here's landing at Lakeside Park, Lake Wangenbog, South Coventry, Connecticut. White City, Savin Rock, New Haven, Connecticut. The cave bugs are creepy at Mammoth Cave. You know, I've never been to Mammoth Cave. I've been in a lot of caves. We used to, actually, there was a cave near Cookeville, Tennessee, near where Millicent's Memories lives, called Johnson Cave, and it's the third largest cave by volume in Tennessee, but it was a dry cave, so there weren't any formations, so it was never commercialized. But it was used in the Civil War to mine saltpeter, and we used to go, it was like a mile back to this big hall, so it took you a good while to get back there, but there were still ladders in there, handmade ladders of wood that I think went back to Civil War time, and you could still see the places where they mined the saltpeter. But in any case, we would go back there and camp overnight, so that's my cave story. I think they have it gated off now from what I was told. That would have been in the 80s when I was doing that. There's Notre Dame in Paris, Gay Paris. And there's the Colonial Club in Johnstown, New York. Here is in Marseille. Here's another foreign postcard. It's another Tux postcard. Here's another Tux postcard. Menton La Montagne. And I lost counts. Let me just do a couple more. Along the shore at Morris Cove, New Haven, Connecticut. And then here's Hillsdale, Michigan. I think that's the first Michigan postcard we saw. All right, let me do one more. And there's Hesperia, Michigan. That one does have a crease, so let me do one more. And that's the Elks Temple and Post Office in Jackson, Michigan. That one does have like it was maybe in a scrapbook or something. All right, I think I got enough to get through this, so we're going to go ahead and run next. So just for anybody just coming in, you're bidding on this whole stack plus any that I can get thrown in 45 seconds, and then you can choose one stack up top. So, all right, here we go. So this is the Flats in Park Hill, Ontario. Here's Main Street in North Manchester, Indiana. Here is Wolf Lake Casino in Jackson, Michigan. So we've actually had quite a few Michigan ones in this one. Here's the Rideout Hospital, Marysville College. Thank you, Hokey Scott. Here's Memorial Chapel in Worcester. That one does have some creasing on it. There's Three Sisters, Canadian Rockies in Banff. Real photo of Lake George. So we've had a couple of tucks in the Lake George in the real photo there. Oh, this one's cool. Here's somebody asking about military. Here's Let That Banner Wave Forever. May its lustrous stars fade never. And then here's Central Church from Broadway, Chelsea, Massachusetts. Here's the scene at Long Branch. Here's the Public Library, Long Island. Here is Arlington Restaurant in Binghamton, New York, I think it was. Here's James Street in Syracuse, New York. Here's the YMCA. Let's all do the YMCA. There is the State Normal School in New Britain, Connecticut. There's another YMCA, New Britain, Connecticut. I guess it's the same building, different view. Riverside Yacht Club in Riverside, Connecticut. View and Bazaar, another Tux. Quite a few Tux in this one. There's the old Burgoyne House in Monterey, Massachusetts. Wonder if Millicent's Memories is in here. I know she likes Tux. Mohawk Trail through the Berkshire Hills. Getting a good stack for this one. I actually picked up two Everbecks, so we'll throw both these in. Here's the Hotel Miller in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. And then here's Bird's Eye View of Worcester, Massachusetts. 1909. And do you want stack 1, 2, or 3? Number 2. Put those with your others. All right, so we need a pull there, and add 5 more up top. Here's the harbor and wharf scene in Gloucester, Massachusetts. That's quite the cancellation there. They just globbed ink on it. And then there's the old State House in Boston. Another just blob of a cancellation. Here's the Art Museum in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Thanks for tagging Millicent's the Moody Mommy. There's Soldiers Monument and Common in Worcester, Massachusetts. There is Hopewell Hall. Oh, I said we were going to do the album after this. We'll do it after this one. Y'all remind me because I forget real easily. Here's Hopewell Hall, Pullman's Yacht Club, Thousand Islands, New York. There's the large birdhouse at the New York Zoological Park. There's Mount Sunapee from Burkhaven, Lake Sunapee, New Hampshire. And there's the beach scene in Brantford, Connecticut. And there's Pavilion at Lake Compounce in Bristol, Connecticut. That's where ESPN is, I think. There's Roaring Rock, York, Maine. It does have a crease in the top. There is Shearburn Doorway in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm just going to go ahead and do the rest of these into the stack. Iceberg in Freshwater Bay in Newfoundland. It's got a Canadian stamp on it, it looks like. Here's Best Wishes for a Happy New Year. And then here's Cheshire Pond in Cheshire, Massachusetts. And then these, let me throw a couple from this duplicate pile. So here's another Woolworth building in New York. Tongue's getting tied now. Here is, let me find the best one of these. These all have a little bit of wear, but certainly not that one. I'm just going to get rid of that one. Yeah, all these. Hold on. Yeah, this is probably the best one. It's even got a little damage. But there's the Swing Along Bridge in Rock City. And then here's the Moonshine Still in Rock City Gardens. So get those thrown in there. Let me grab another stack, and then we'll start the auction. We haven't picked from this box yet, so let's go here. All right, here we go. This is running. A happy birthday embossed there. Here is congratulations. And here is best birthday wishes. Looks like I pulled from a holiday place. Here's just something in a flower pot. Wow, they wrote a whole lot. 1915. Here's best wishes with a gold horseshoe on there. And then there's the language of flowers. Obvious friendship. Here's a postcard of, I'm not sure. It's a foreign on the Rhine. Here's peasants. Well, here's peasants grinding corn at Jerusalem. Well, forgot to fill up number 5. So before you pick one nerdy llama, let me put 5 more up there. I guess that's one postcard. All right, and then for spot number 2, we'll go ahead and do Jerusalem, Rachel's tomb. Looks like these are Holy Land ones here. There's 2. There's 3, Jerusalem. There's some parrots, number 4. And then finally, we have another Jerusalem. So 1, 2, or 3. One nerdy llama. Number 2. So the new stack. That will go in your stack here. All right, so let's see. Let me just move these out of the way. Just put these back in the box here. Tell you what, I'm just going to take both these stacks and put them in the dollar stack up here to run at the end of the show. So we'll just start clean here in a second. So, yep, we're going to do an album now. I'll tell you what, we'll save the real big album for maybe, I don't know, it'll take forever to go through. So let's do this one. I have no idea what else is going to be in here. Let me take this off. And so you can see this album is in okay condition. It does say postcards on the outside. Here's kind of this view of it. Looks like for the most part, maybe the pages are attached. I mean, there's, a little bit of wear there. Let's see what the back looks like real quick. I'll have to vacuum the table off. Anytime I do albums, you start getting all this from the edges of the paper. So yeah, overall, this one's not in bad condition. And it doesn't look like the postcards are glued in. They're in with these tabs. So I'm not going to take them out. So as far as the back or anything, we won't be able to see those. Last time, last show, was it the last show or the show before when we found the album with the Halloween postcards and the 1908 Chicago White Sox postcard? It was really cool. So we'll see what treasures are in here. Hey, Tim Monite, North Jersey Picker, thanks for coming in. All right, well, let's just go ahead and start looking through it. There's the Barracks D at the Soldiers Home in Johnson City, Tennessee. And I'm not going to try to count these. There's just a lot. So here's some station in St. Louis, Missouri. A view of Chilhowie Park in Knoxville, Tennessee. That's where we have our fair every year. It's still around. There's St. Louis, Missouri Bridge. Here's excursion boats. Foot of Jackson Street in St. Paul. Pretty cool steamships there. Whatever that one is. Then here's Indian Mountain in St. Paul, Minnesota. The Anchorage in Lake Calhoun, Minneapolis. Old Round Tower in Fort Snelling, Minnesota. It says, where the falls of Minnehaha flash and gleam among the oak trees, laugh and leap into the valley. Oops, sorry. Here's view from National Soldiers Home in other Johnson City. I can't get over to read that one. Oh, it's actually this way. It's Banff. So nice colors on those. I'm assuming that one's probably Banff too. Yeah, I think all these are Banff right here. Get a peek at some of the backs right here. There is some Eskimos at the Seattle, Washington 1909 Yukon Pacific Exposition. This one does have a tear here. I can see that. But that's travel. No, they're Bolog? Igloo. It's hard to read this through the camera. Bolog. Igloo. Here's a sled dog team here. Here, that one's kind of out, so we'll show the back of it. Somebody cut the stamp out of that one. So, this one is Alaskan Steamer in the Bering Sea. And then there is something in Seattle, Washington. And there's some falls in Washington. It's not Shoshone, but it's another one. Can't read it. There's something in Seattle, Washington. Another Seattle, Washington. So we're jumping all over the country here. High school in Seattle, Washington. Another Seattle, Washington. Another like World's Fair postcard there. Here's the two Sentinels. There's a scenic railway on Pay Streak. There's got that up in the corner. There's another Pay Streak postcard there, and there's the agricultural building. So had several of these World's Fair postcards from the Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. There's the Battle of the Monitor in Merrimack. That one's also from that same World's Fair, and then this one is as well. Here's Igorot baby from the Philippines and an Eskimo baby from Alaska. Then I'm not sure what. Oh, that's the forestry building. So I'm going to assume that's also from that same World's Fair. If anybody's watching over on Facebook or YouTube, appreciate you stopping by. If you do want to come in and join the fun with the bidding, you can just, I think, scan the little QR code that shows up on the screen. There's another World's Fair. So it looks like we got a lot from this particular World's Fair exposition. Looks like some kind of native people of some sort. It's like a real photo style postcard. Here's the Manufacturer Palace. There's another one there. That one's the Japanese Village. And then here's the Agriculture Building. And we still got a ton of pages to go through. There's a lot of postcards in these. There's Eskimos, the main entrance. Here's the Pay Streak again. Yeah, just a couple more World's Fair ones. Looks like all these through here are from that World's Fair. Here's some bullfighters. This one is also pretty much out, so let's take a look at it. I wonder how many of these have the stamps cut out. I guess we need two. I mean, looking at the corners, I don't know, that just happens the two we have, so just know that we've seen two with the corners, but then none of these look like they have the corners cut out, so it's certainly not all of them. I have a knack for picking the ones with damage, though, but I'm glad y'all saw that, so you at least know that some may have the corners cut out. Here's the County Orphanage in Fresno, California. Here's Catalina Island. I went on a cruise to Catalina Island one time. There's felling a huge redwood. Would you be brave enough to sit in this spot right here? There's the Columbia River with a steamboat. And then there's Castle Rock, Columbia River. Whatever that one is. And then also that one. Here's the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City. And then there's another Salt Lake City. Yeah, I mean, these don't look to be cut here. So here's Sugar Beet Farm in Utah. And then here's the Loose End Cutoff. It's a railroad bridge, it looks like. Thanks to everybody for coming in. We still have a couple more albums we'll do later. I'm going through this first album, and I'll have to weigh it and everything, because it is pretty heavy, I think. But I do have shipping capped at $8.77, so that would be the most you would pay. Here's the Royal Gorge Bridge in Colorado. So seeing several railroad postcards now. There's Seven Falls in Colorado, and then here's Cliff Dwellers in Colorado. Castle Gate in Utah. Gateway to the Garden of the Gods. Here's the Portals at the Grand Canyon, Colorado. I don't know if that's supposed to be Canyon. And I guess Eagle River Canyon, and it's a railroad one. So we've seen quite a few railroad ones. There's the Antlers Hotel. Here's Cathedral Spires, Garden of the Gods. There's the 16th State Capitol in Distance, Denver, Colorado. U.S. Mint in Denver, Colorado. There's Buffalo Bill's grave. And then here's the Wishing Well at entrance to casino. There is somebody's bunk. And then there's the Cowboy Cook. There's some skyscrapers in New York. And then Brooklyn Bridge in New York. There is something else in New York. Street scene in New York. And there's the Hudson River. Another Hudson River up here. And there's Schenectady, New York, the boat club. So you can see we still have quite a few pages to go through. Here's Mountain Lake with Blue Mountain House in the distance. And then here's Madison Square. Well, yeah, it's on Madison Square. It's some kind of restaurant. There's Moon Lake on Lake Ontario. And then whatever that one is. Here's interior of the auditorium in Atlanta, Georgia. Wonder if that's still there. Here's the library in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, I guess the ones without the corners, that's probably why they were falling out, because they could not be held in. There's Chattanooga, Tennessee. Actually used to work in Chattanooga. Probably have looked at that similar view from the top of Erlinger Hospital where I worked. There's Savannah, Georgia. And then there's something in Athens, Georgia. So I guess it's the University of Georgia. It says, where I pray, where I plead cases, and where I receive German and math. So pointing to the different buildings. There's the Parthenon in Nashville. Also used to work really close to that. Worked at HCA right behind the Parthenon. Yeah. But what you going to do? They probably stole those a long time ago. I don't know if they probably at the time they put these in whatever, in this album, I would guess. Maybe they had ultra cool stamps on them. U.S. Post Office in Johnson City, Tennessee. Here's Steamer Americana at Crystal Beach, Canada. Then here's the state capitol in Richmond, Virginia. And then here's a Boston Common in Boston. There's another Boston, Massachusetts one there. That one is the USS San Francisco in dry dock, 1908. And then here's the observatory in Roanoke, Virginia, the incline in Roanoke, Virginia, U.S. Battleship Virginia in Norfolk Harbor. That one's cool. And here's Fortress Monroe in Virginia. So getting into some Virginia postcards there. Yeah, I mean, at least most of them write it in pencil, I guess. But If I do put postcards in my booth, which I very rarely ever do, I'll just use a binder. That's why I have that one binder back there that's a new binder. I'll just sell the postcards and keep the binder. Then I can use it if I ever need to. Um, and then there's Old Point Comfort, Virginia. A lot of Virginia here. Here's another. So we did have a stamp stealer here, the Warwick Post Office in Newport News. So it is pretty obvious when there's been the ones with the stolen stamps. So I don't think there's too many in here. Yeah, it's like people who glued things in. Glue should have been outlawed like a long time ago for things like this. I always hate when I find albums where this stuff's glued in. Here's Winter Scene, Prospect Park, Niagara Falls. Here's the U.S. Capitol in Washington. Here's the Navy and Army, or the State War and Navy departments in Washington, D.C. Looks like the Washington Monument, I think. Let's say we're getting close to the back now. Tomb of Washington, Mount Vernon, Virginia, but we'll sell this whole album as it comes. So, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Not sure what that one is. And then here's Buffalo, Hotel Statler in Buffalo. Albright Art Gallery in Buffalo, New York. Here's another Buffalo. So now we're into Buffalo. Here's the Temple of Music where President McKinley was shot in Buffalo. And then here's Crystal Beach, Canada. Wonder if that's just over the border. This one's got a pretty bad crease in it, but it's the American Falls. And then this one's also has a crease in it. And it's the Ore Docks at night. Here's the view of Niagara Gorge. And then here's another stamp stealer, Boardwalk at Crystal Beach. And there's the Clinchfield Route, another railroad postcard. There's Erie Beach Wading Pool. Look at all the people with their nice dresses on. Here's the new Agricultural Department building in Washington, D.C. Here's Detroit, Michigan. General view from the Canadian side of the falls. Indiana Harbor, Indiana. And then the Congress Hotel and Annex on Michigan Boulevard. Uh-oh, somebody must be at the door. Oh, now it looks like we get into some ships. So here's a real photo of A.M. Byers, maybe? Anyway, so you got that ship. Then here's another ship. Yeah, it's hard to read. But those ships, and then this is now the Joseph something. So I guess it changed name. It was the M.H. Hawgood when the postcard was made. Here's loading ore at the Mesabi Ore Dock. And then here's a steamer, the City of Detroit. There's the aerial bridge car. Oh, that's cool. So I guess this thing moved across the bottom of the bridge, maybe. And then here's Duluth, Minnesota. Looks like maybe something getting ready to go through some locks or something. Here's a real photo of somebody standing in front of their house. Here's Prospect Street in Princeton, New Jersey. And then there's another one of the World's Fair. So we've seen a lot of those World's Fair cards. Looks like maybe we're back into those. So this San Francisco, that one's got a crease. There's Dandridge, Tennessee. Can't believe Dandridge has its own postcard. It's a really small town here in East Tennessee. Here's a bird's eye view of Dandridge. Here's Tate Spring, Tennessee. I'm not sure where Tate Spring is. Here's convergences of the Old South and the New. So you have the guy with the cow-drawn buggy and then the car. Oops. Well, there we go. Almost through them. Here's West Virginia. And then here's another West Virginia. Hey, sellers, bidders, buyers, welcome in. Anybody else I missed? Here's a football game in New Haven, Connecticut. So I don't know who's playing, but it's just a football game. There's the Washington Monument and City Hall. And then here's the old General Brazelton home built in Newmarket, Tennessee. Midshipman Drilling in Annapolis, Maryland. Here's the polar bear at Druid Hills Park in Baltimore. And then there's a Mammoth Cave one there. There is First Methodist Episcopal Church in Johnson City, Tennessee. Here's another, golly, these people didn't just steal the stamp, they stole half the top of the card. It was, fortunately, it's a Niagara Falls postcard, and those are plentiful. And then here's Johnson City Railroad Gorge, Tennessee. Here's the U.S. Fishery near Irwin, Tennessee, another East Tennessee postcard. Here's a trestle near Johnson City, Tennessee. It's like maybe 4 pages left. Let's see, 3 pages. Another stamp stealer card there, Montreal. When I run this, we'll run it for 45 seconds, and we'll go back to the beginning just now that make sure we're looking to see how many postcards had stamp stealers. I think we've seen 4 or 5 of them so far. There's another one of the Pan Pac Pacific Exposition. Here's a railroad, another railroad one. Here's somebody, not sure what she's doing. Oh, she fell down ice skating or roller skating. Actually, they're roller skating. So, is that it? Yep, that is it. All right, so let me just go all the way back to the beginning. Oh, let me weigh this real quick. So, let me get an entry put in. Give me just a second. So, let me put it on the scale over here. I meant to add some entries for albums, but forgot to. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, so the album weighs 2 pounds, 11 ounces, so we'll call it 3 to 4 pounds. So let me add that real quick. Let me add temporary listing. Okay, we're going to call this one, we'll call this one Small Black Album. So it's going to be, I should have added it from the phone. Really? Here, I'm going to cancel this here and add it from the phone because I don't even know where the ephemera category is anymore, and it makes me drill down. So let me go to shop, auction, add, create temporary listing, ephemera and postcards. I'm going to call the condition on this one fair, and then we will call it small. Not small in quotation marks. It's smaller than the other one I have, but it's not small. Small postcard album auction. I'll start at just $5. We'll leave it at 45 seconds. Shipping profile is going to be 3 to 4 pounds. But as I mentioned, I have my shipping capped at $8.77. So that will be the most you'll pay. And add listing and pin it. All right, so let me get this ready to show again, and then we'll pay attention to the corners. All right, so start auction, $5, 45 seconds, and here we go. Yeah, so we look down here, I think, for the, in most cases, for the cut corner. I'm not going to talk about any of these. I'm just going to show them since we've already talked about them all. So these are the Banff ones. So a lot of the World's Fair ones, some railroad ones, just a lot of miscellaneous topographical in this one. The Eskimo ones, we did have a lot of ship ones. It's a little bit of everything. A good album. I wouldn't call this one as exciting as some of the ones we saw the last 2 shows, because some of those were, I mean, they were what I would call off the charts good. But this is definitely a decent one. Rainier, Washington. All right, Mo Rancher, thank you so much. That's your first purchase from me. These will most likely, oops, hold on. I just turned off my phone. Sorry about that. I accidentally hit the power button on my phone when I was putting it back on the tripod. All right, so let me write your name on a sticky. You know what? I haven't done a giveaway yet either, so. I don't know. I can't remember who all bought the albums. You might have. Um, but in any case, it said it was your first purchase from me, so who are we going to believe? All right, close your ears for just a second. I'm going to vacuum up the remnants of that. So mute your phones or do whatever, and here we go. All right. Sorry about that, but need to clean the work surface there. All right, so let's get all this stuff back ready again. And we'll do another album maybe at 3, so stick around to then. We have the really, really big one that's going to take us a while. So, well, I know everything's been shipped out, so hopefully you got everything, my rancher. But I'll make a note to check and see if you have. That's weird. It said it was your first purchase if you have bought from me before. But in any case, all right. Tell you what, let me just pull a couple of postcards here to do a giveaway with. And let me go ahead and get it started, and then. All right, that giveaway's running. So this will all be for the giveaway. Here's Tower of London. Here's General Sam Houston, hero of San Jacinto. Here's a real photo of something in Wellfleet, Massachusetts. Yeah, I saw where you made bronze like after you bought that, but anyway, here's Paris. Here's Paris. And here's London. Let me do a couple more here. And then whatever that one is, Fontainebleau. Tell you what, I'll just go ahead and do the rest of this stack here for the giveaway. Atlantic City, and then whatever that one is, Burlington, New York. So all those will be for the giveaway. Let me just put a sticky on there so I don't get it mixed up. All right, so that's up there. All right, so there's a little less than 4 minutes left in the giveaway, so make sure you get in for that. And let me grab another stack so we can fill everything up. And we'll pull from here. All right, this is a cathedral somewhere. That one's been in an album. So it looks like we're in a little run maybe here that we're in albums, or not maybe, they were in albums. Okay, that one was. And it's a Jolly's Motel and Restaurant in Cave City, Kentucky. So you would stay there if you were visiting Mammoth Cave, I guess. There's Paris. Here is Westminster Abbey, 1903. That's one of the older ones we've seen. Now, somebody took the stamp off, but at least they didn't cut the postcard. And then here is Cascade World's Fair, St. Louis, 1904. Let me put a couple more in there since we had the ones that were from the album. Some kind of foreign postcard of a ship. And then we'll do this one, Cave Hill in Belfast. We'll stick that in number 1. And then here we go for number 2, High Street in Belfast. Then here's London Bridge in London. And there's the Amstel Hotel in Amsterdam. Then here is Kensington Gardens in London. And then there's an Amsterdam one. So that'll be number 2. And then for number 3, that's another Amsterdam, so I'll put it with 2. And then this one's also Amsterdam, so keep those together. Here's some falls in Quebec. Then here is bathing in the Great Salt Lake, Salt Air Beach. I went to the Great Salt Lake when I was bringing my daughter back from Washington, or when we were driving back together, and I don't remember seeing that, so I'm guessing it's not there. Here's a German postcard, it looks like. It's got a steamship on it down at the bottom. And then here is the plaza in St. Augustine, Florida. There's about a minute and 15 seconds left on the giveaway, so make sure you get on. We have 6 people in the giveaway, 17 in here. Here's Queensbridge in Belfast, and we'll throw one more in there. There's Along the Shore in Maine. All righty, let's get our 10 here. Yeah, for anybody just coming in, I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures here in snowy Knoxville, Tennessee today. We're doing postcards. You're basically going to bid on all the postcards that'll be in the stack I'm getting ready to put down, plus any we can throw on there in 45 seconds, and then you can choose one from up top, a stack from up top. So here's Providence, Rhode Island, City Hall. Here is Castle Rock, Langton. It's from the Salmon series. I know we saw a lot of those in past shows. Here's another one. Looks like it's probably from that same series. Yeah, so those look like oil paintings. They have texture to them. And then here's another one, a Devonshire Lane, also from the Salmon series. And then here is Lincoln Cathedral. Oh, and Grandma Sherry won the giveaway. Congratulations. I will put that with your other items. Let's see. Let's stick them in your stack here. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Thanks to everybody for coming. I'll probably do another. I'm sure I'll have enough postcards left to do at least one more of these shows, probably a week from next Friday. So 2 weeks from today. And, then after that, it'll probably be mostly general ephemera with postcards thrown in. So this is round 3 that I've gotten out of these farmhouse postcards. There's Boston. There's Holyrood Palace. Got good news and bad news. I found a Halloween postcard next, but the bad news is it's got a big tear out of it. So anyway, I guess somebody can use it for junk journaling. That stinks. There's Glasgow Central Station Hotel in Glasgow. Here's a real photo postcard of a bunch of canoes or boats of some sort. It was Booth Bay Harbor, Maine. It looks like 1916. It's either 1910 or 1916. Here is Pergola Hotel, Maryland, in Pasadena, California. Here's the residence of Martin Maloney in Spring Lake, New Jersey. And then here is the Poland Spring, Maine boating and bathing pavilion. Let me do a couple more and then we'll get started. Here's the Tin Ike Hotel in Albany, New York. And then here's Baldface Mountain, Loon Lake House in Baldface Mountain. Wonder if that's in Minnesota. All right, let me just go ahead and stick this. So yeah, unfortunately that one is torn, but all right, let me go ahead and get this one started. Let me get a drink of water here real quick. All right, this is the Narrows at Loon Lake, and we're going to run the auction. Oh, let me go pin the postcard lot. Start auction, $3.45, and here we go. The Narrows at Loon Lake. Here is Churchill Inn in Cornish, New Hampshire. And remember, you're getting everything here plus your choice of one stack up top. Here's Napoli. I guess that's Naples, maybe. And then there's Hotel Belmont, Massachusetts. There's a panoramic view of something. It's a foreign postcard. Here's Portland, Maine. This one's got some damage to it, but that's some lake. Here's the Houses of Parliament and Westminster Bridge in London. Thank you for the bid, Turner. Evabec, thank you. Here's Atlantic City Boardwalk. Here's the Rolling Chair Parade on the boardwalk. Here's Easter Sunday in Atlantic City. Here's another Atlantic City. If I can get through some of these. Here's Hotel, a foreign postcard. All right, and then I had this one in my hand, the Tower of London. What are the little things that... Oh, it's because you unlock silver. I was like, what are the little things that pop up now? And do you want 1, 2, or 3, Eva back? Eva back. Number 3. All right, let me stick this in your stack. And let's fill up number 3 and take a penny away. All right, this is Versailles. 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 And Kensington Gardens. And then let me go ahead and I'm going to put, as long as these are 4, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in the stack number 3. There's London Hyde Park Corner. And let me see if there was any more foreign postcards in this little stack here. I only have 3 or 4 left on the table. Yeah, so here's Stratford-on-Avon. So we'll throw that one with it. And that's a Tux. So we have a Tux Stratford-on-Avon, number 3. All right, let me pull another stack out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 7 boxes here. I have not pulled anything from this box yet. All right, so let's get our 10. Here's Madison Square Garden in New York. Here's the Garretson home built in 1659. This one's got some staining along the top. Here's the courthouse in Manchester. I think that's foreign, maybe England or something. Well, no, maybe not. I don't know. Here's Chicago, Michigan Avenue, opposite Grant Park. Here's Garfield Park in Chicago. Here's Yachting off Jackson Park in Chicago. So we've hit a Chicago run here. Here's the Brown Elevator in Chicago. Is that I guess that's clouds. I thought it was damaged, but I think it's clouds. Here's the Jackson Park Bay in Chicago. Here's the St. Barnabas Hospital in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here is Powhatan's Chimney. Sure I butchered his name. I've heard of him, but there's the Jamestown Church Tower and Communion Service. Here's the ruins of Ambler House in Jamestown Island. And then here is view down Hudson River from the bend at West Point. Oh, it's got some staining on the top. Here's the Thaddeus Stevens Public School in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, 1912. Go ahead and do a few more here. New Courthouse in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, 1910. And King Street looking west in Harrow, Ontario. And then here's the excursion steamer on the Detroit River. So I think that's a good stack to start with. Let me go ahead and get ready here. All right, run next should be $3.45. You're bidding on everything in this stack plus your choice of one stack up top, and that's running. So here's the New York City Railroad Depot in Syracuse, New York. Here's Thomas Edison, the Edison phonograph. Here is the Forestville Methodist Episcopal Church. Here's St. Joseph Church and Rectory, Bristol, Connecticut. This one's got glitter on it. It's in some like random spots. Bridgeport, Connecticut, undivided back. The Drawbridge over Connecticut River at Middleton, Connecticut. Here's Sisters Hospital in Sacramento. And then, Got that one. The Trout Pool in Meridian, Connecticut. And there's a Madison, Connecticut. Try to get y'all as many as I can here this last 5 seconds. Naugatuck, Connecticut. And then something Jacob's Ladder, I think. Courthouse in Fort Scott, Kansas. Here's the Case Engine doing real climbing stunts. Probably a big deal back then. You got the tractor or something there. Portland, Maine, home of Longfellow. Here's some kind of beach scene there. Here's a lighthouse in New Haven, Connecticut. Then here's New Britain, Connecticut. And then here is Soldiers Monument in New Britain, Connecticut. Here's one, Love to All, this person riding a butterfly. That one's in a sleeve for some reason. They wrote a price of $3 on the back. A Happy Easter. And some Easter postcards with best Easter wishes. Easter peace. Easter joy. I wish you joy this Easter day. This one does have a big crease in it. Here's Easter joys, be something. All right, Eva back, and I had this one in my hands. So Easter greeting. Let me see how many Easters are left here. I'll just go ahead and throw in these 3 Easter ones too. So his Easter joy, sincere Easter greetings, and happy Easter. And do you want 1, 2, or 3? Number 3. I thought maybe you would. I had the nice Tux postcard there on top. Let's see, Eva back. That'll go in your stack. All right, so, these 2 stacks are on their last leg there. All right, let me go ahead and do this for up top. The home of Charlie Chaplin in Los Angeles, California. The Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, California. Here's the Coliseum Exposition Park in Los Angeles Coliseum, and you got a football game going on. And then here is a Hollywood home in Los Angeles, California. This one's got quite a bit of wear, so we won't count it. And then gotta pull another stack. That took care of all those. Where do I want to pull from? Let's pull from here. And then here's the old General Brazelton home in Newmarket, Tennessee. Let me put a couple more in there. Here's the Cliffs and Marine Drive. And then one more. This is London. So that'll go in number 3. Welcome in, everyone. Anybody's just joining, we're doing postcards today. You'll be bidding on whatever stacks here, plus any across the top. Here in a couple of minutes, we'll do another postcard album. All right, here's another Easter postcard. A very happy Easter to you. Got the chick on a leash there. 1915, I think it says. Then we have, looks foreign. Yes, you have the foreign stamp. And we have a Merry, Merry Christmas. 1916. Looks like a cathedral of some sort. Looks to be foreign though. Carolina postal. Another view. That one's, the Exeter Cathedral. Then here's a filling station, the corner Main and Merchant in Fremont, Michigan. Yeah, look at them come where they got gas, 1926. Then here's Gruss and Annaberg. I'm not sure where that is. Germany, because it's a German postcard or German stamp. There is Home of Mount Lebanon something. Then here's the Boston Boat in Bangor, Maine. There's Provincial Parliament Building in Toronto. This one's got a crease in it, if you can see that. That's a power plant in Massachusetts. And then we have another Methodist church in Rochester, New York. Let me get a couple more down there. Here's South Hanover, Massachusetts, 1907. And then Asbury Park, the Marlborough Hotel. All right, and then we'll put these two in there, and then we'll start it. So here's Horseshoe Curve, Mount Zion, Golden, Colorado. Does have a tear across the top. To Uncle Willie for Minnie. And then this one, Christ Hath Triumphed. So an Easter postcard, nice and embossed there. All right, let me get ready to go. And we're going to run next right now. Here's the Brantford Green in Brantford, Connecticut. Here's Druid Hill Park in Baltimore, Maryland. It does have some little creases in it. Then there's Aspinall Hotel. There is the Times Building in New York City, 1906. Here's Ventford Hall in Lenox, Massachusetts, 1906. 5th Regiment Armory, Baltimore, Maryland, 1906. Pittsfield, Massachusetts, 1905. Sloan Residence, Lenox, Massachusetts, 1906. Then we have the Curtis Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts, 1906. A lot of 1906. There's Black Island. Let's see if I can get some more in there real quick. Newgate Prison, Copper Hill. So we got a prison there. Here's a Christmas card, A Joyful Christmas, embossed. Here's Cedar Point, viewed from an airship. Oh, there, look, that's cool. It's got like a biplane up there. Then here's West Point on the Hudson River. And even back, I got these two in my hands. So we got Battle Monument of West Point. And then Cullum Memorial Hall at West Point. So you'll get all those, plus 1, 2, or 3. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures doing postcards today. I'll be doing just general ephemera next week. So join me at 1 o'clock next Friday. And we'll be going through a lot more of the ephemera that I got out of the farmhouse. So that should be fun. I'm not sure what all I have. And then I may do another postcard show 2 weeks from today. Been trying to get more consistent with, I think I forgot to fill those back up because I think we just pulled those. I'm going to do this. All right, so for up top, we have a souvenir postcard from Jerusalem. Then we have another Jerusalem, the Damascus Gate. Then Boston, Old State House. Then it looks like we have a bunch of fox hunting scenes. I won't say a bunch, but there's several in a row. So we'll put all these in the grouping since they seem to go together. These were made by Samuels. So we'll go ahead and get all these in stack 3. So got that one, and that one. All right, let me grab some more postcards. Let's see, where have I not picked from? Let's just... All right, I'll pull these. All right, so here's Best Wishes postcard, and it's like, looks like it's hand tinted. If you can see, it's like raised, kind of a raised relief. The material feels like what you find on an ink blotter, but anyway, it's a postcard. 1909. Then we have these, look like from Holland, maybe. Yeah, it's a foreign postcard, but mailed in the United States. Then we have Easter greetings. Then we have Thanksgiving greetings. Then we have To Wish You a Happy Easter with all the bunnies. Birthday greetings. Birthday greetings. And some holiday cards here. Thanksgiving with the wishbone. Then another Thanksgiving with the wishbone and the turkey. Yet another Thanksgiving. Then another Thanksgiving. And then a cheerful Easter. And then another Easter. Embossed. Easter bunny pulling a wagon. The two Easter bunnies with the two little chicks. Then we have a Merry Christmas. All right, I think that's enough to start with. All right, so let me get the next one here. A Happy New Year. Oh, let me go ahead and start it. So it's going to run for 45 seconds, and you'll get everything in this stack plus your choice of one up top if you're just coming in, and that's running. A Happy New Year. Birthday greetings. So definitely heavy on the holidays here. My Heart's Gift. That's a cool Valentine's postcard. Embossed. And then there's another Thanksgiving one. Here's a Happy Easter. Here's Thanksgiving greetings. Here's Easter. 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 So a lot of Easter. 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 Easter with the rabbit. Trying to get you a lot in here. Then here's another Easter. Another Easter. To my Valentine, look at the two little babies in the box there. That's cute. And then Hearty Easter. So yeah, if your Easter is your holiday, this is a good one. Here's Birthday Greeting. It's got like a satin finish to it. Then here, this one's got glitter on it. It says Best Wishes. Then here's a Beautiful Easter, or a Joyful Easter rather, with the little cherubs. Here's Birthday. Here's Birthday with the biplane. That's cool right there. And then here is a New Year's Day postcard. This one does have some creasing in it. And then an Easter Greetings. Another Easter. We're getting a big stack with this one. Easter Joy. Looks like Christmas maybe. Oops. Well, there's a bunch right there. Here's another Easter. They've cracked an egg. Eva Beck. And then Birthday Greetings. And then Greetings from Betterton, Maryland. 1908. Wow, that's a good healthy stack there. Thanks for the hearts, everyone. And you've unlocked gold, so I know you start getting some decent discounts. So do you want 1, 2, or 3? Number 3. Yeah, those fox hunt ones were pretty cool. All right, so let's get number 3 restocked. It says Home Again. Then we have Wrapped in Winter Snow. Then we have the Farmer's Courtship. So this looks like a series here, so that's good. We'll create one stack. On the Way to the Hayfield. Then we have Vintage Gossip, or Village Gossip, not Vintage Gossip. And then this looks like the last one, the Farm Ford. So all those appeared to be from the same series there. All right, so let's go ahead and get 10. And I'll probably have to get another stack going. Let's see, 258. So here's Anne Hathaway's Cottage, Stratford-on-Avon. So it looks like England. That one is a tux. Then we have the Towing Path. Tell you what, I'm going to put that up here and this one up here because they go with those. So there'll definitely be more in stack 3, but keep those together. Here's a race between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Here's Versailles. Here's main entrance to the Naval Barracks in Gillingham from the Wyndham series. Here's Tower of London. Here's changing of the guard at St. James Palace. Here's Kenilworth Castle and Rustic Bridge. That's from the Peacock series. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that, but it's a foreign scene. It looks like they're at the beach, maybe. Then this one here. Here's Kenilworth Castle. That's another Peacock series. And then this one. And then St. Nicholas Church, Wyndham series. Here's Paris. Let me just go ahead and get through the rest of this stack, and then I'll pick another stack up. So, Musée de Versailles. Oh, Marie Antoinette. There's also Marie Antoinette. And then there is Her Late Majesty Queen Victoria. And then there is College Hall in Amherst, Massachusetts. And there's Lake Whitney in New Haven, Connecticut. And then finally, A Glorious Birthday on Your Bravely, Boldly, Year by Year and Day by Day, remembering there is no beautifier like the wish to scatter joy around you. All right, so let me find a place to pick from. Let's pick from... Trying to find someone we haven't picked from yet. This box looks good. All right, so let's see what we have here. All right, so we're getting ready to run, and this is now running. City Park. I don't know if that's Ohio. It just says, oh, yeah, there's Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, so that one was Ohio. Here's another one from Elyria, Ohio. There's Cleveland, Ohio. Here's the YMCA Real Photo postcard. Here's the Barrington House in Barrington, Massachusetts. Here's Red Star Lines in Antwerp, New York. I'm not sure which boat that is, but here's Greetings from Jamaica. That one's got some damage to it. Ooh, Halloween postcard, but this one, it's not ripped. Well, yeah, it's got a tear there. It's got some creases, but nevertheless, a Halloween postcard from 1911 with the little Indian girl and the Pilgrim girl, it looks like. There's Riverside Drive in New York. There's Groton, Connecticut, Eastern Point. There's the Bradley Home for Nurses. There is Federal Building in Springfield, Massachusetts. Brooklyn, New York. City College of New York, New York City. Real photo, it looks like, of the waiting room in Meridian, Connecticut. New Loudon, Connecticut, Fort Trumbull. Church Street South in Massachusetts. It's a newer one there, looks like. Yeah, these are some chrome here. That one's in bad shape. Let me just get through all these. All right, then here's Hotel Sheraton in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All right, Eva back. And then I had this one in my hand. That's something. I don't know where it is. It looks like a restaurant. All right, 1, 2, or 3 from up top. Number 3 again. Number 3 is popular. Let's see, Eva back. We'll go in your big stack over here. All right, so, well, I'll stick it. This one's in terrible shape, but we won't count it, but we'll stick it in there. Here's Table Mountain and Raygold Dam, Rogue River, Oregon. Here's the Sheraton Cleveland Hotel. Here's Coolidge Cemetery Lot in Plymouth, Vermont. A photograph postcard. It's another real photo. Somebody's house. Somebody Harvey's residence. 1948. The Equinox Country Club in Manchester, Vermont. Here's the public library at Woodstock, Vermont. It's the Allen. All right, let's see what we got for our 10 here. Thank you for sticking with me, everybody. Still have 15 people in here after being on for over 2 hours so far. We'll do these, then we'll look at another album if y'all want to. We have 2 albums we could look at, and I'll let y'all choose which one. So the Dam at Elephant Butte on the Rio Grande. This one does have, looks like some kind of damage right there. Here's the Dallas Country Club in Dallas, Texas. Here's Memorial Square in Nashville, Tennessee. Here's Suburban Square at Chrome. Here is Pagoda at top of Mount Penn in Reading, Pennsylvania. Here's the Downtown Skyline in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Here's the Woodstock Inn in Woodstock, Vermont. Oh, that's cool. It's got, this is like kind of raised almost, but it says Woodstock Inn Winter Sports, Woodstock, Vermont. So they added a sticker to it. Then we have the Inn from Middlebridge in Woodstock, Vermont. Here's the home of Otis Skinner in Woodstock, Vermont. Anybody know Otis? Here's a chrome from somewhere. That's Summit Basin, Mammoth, in Yellowstone National Park. Here's Feeding the Bear in Yellowstone National Park. Look at them going through with their horse-drawn carriage. Feeding the Bear, 1911. Here's a geyser in Yellowstone. Let's have some wear along the edge there. Here's natural stone steps in Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. Here's a real photo. 1933. I'm not sure where that is. It doesn't have anything about it. Here's it's a railroad, a scene from a railroad. Here's a real photo of these people with their car. There's 4 of them. They must be traveling somewhere. It was in Washington. I can't really read it, but it was 1928. And this was got an airmail postmark. So, oh no, never mind. I thought that's just the edge of the mountains there. There's Seattle, Washington. Tell you what, let me just go ahead and get through the rest of this stack. Here's the dress of Martha Washington. Here is the Shrine of the Declaration of Independence. And we just have some Washington, D.C. chromes, it looks like. The cherry trees with the Washington Monument. I think that one's here's the Andrew Mellon Memorial Fountain. Is that one the Jefferson Memorial, I think? Yep, Jefferson Memorial. Is that Mount Vernon, maybe? No, Williamsburg, Virginia. And this one's Stratford Hall in Virginia. Then we have a hotel in Richmond, Virginia. The White House Manor Lodge. And then finally, the Jefferson Davis Monument in Richmond, Virginia. So we'll start with those. Let me grab another stack. Oh, that's cool to know. I'll have to keep that in mind because I have so many old letters that I mean, it's just like so hard to read them. That could be a game changer if it could read them for me. You start, yeah, we'll do the albums after we do this stack. Thanks for the reminder, Great Steeds. Um, yeah, I mean, that it's so hard sometimes to read old letters from the 1800s. You know, the handwriting's just so like crazy. All right, let me just pull from here. All right, then we have let me go ahead and start this. So 45 seconds, you'll get everything in this stack plus your choice from up top. And here we go. Nope. There we go. Thanksgiving, birthday, so and some more holiday postcards. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, Thanksgiving greetings, Christmas greetings, Easter greetings, Happy Easter. Then we have a happy birthday. Well, and then Christmas greetings, Christmas wishes, a Merry Christmas, birthday greetings with kindest regards, happy birthday. See how many I can get in there for y'all. You're the only girl. That's a cool one. And then a nice Valentine's one. Oh, it does have a tear out of it. All right, Eva back, and then this is the last one here. A joyful Easter. Then do you want 1, 2, or 3? Number 3 again. And that will go in Eva Beck's stack. All right, that worked out good because then both these will go in the dollar start stack there. And then we'll just move this stuff out of the way. All right, we're going to do the big album, so this could take a little while to get through. So get you a drink, sit back and relax. I mean, y'all, let me just, I guess, ask. So here's the album, and this thing's huge. I mean, it's like you can see, it's going to take us a little while to go through this. I assume, do y'all want to run the whole album? Or do we want to run, 5 pages at a time? Because most of these pages are detached, so we can, okay, we'll run the whole album then. I mean, we could probably figure out how to do this one by pages. So we'll see what else in here. Oh, so let me pull this off. Let me show it and show the cover. So this album, I mean, unlike the last one, this one definitely has quite a bit of wear. It does have a floral design on the front. It says album down here. Here's the view of the pages. You can see the edges of the pages are chipped up, and I'm already it's already shedding on the table here. So just know this album itself, seen better days. Looks like maybe there's some remnants of, a little bit of mold or something there. But we'll make sure it's only there on the inside of the cover. Okay, so these will be included. These are some paper clippings from Vineland, New Jersey. Let's see what all. Somebody in the baby contest. I don't know. Maybe they were taking a picture of this side. I don't see a date on these yet. Oh, there we go. 19. No, 8. Is that 1980 something? I can't really tell. Maybe 89. So anyway, somebody slipped these in here at some point, so we'll keep them in the album. All right, here we go. Yeah, you can see the album itself is like not in great shape. All right, everybody take a deep breath and let's go. So I'm not sure what that is up top. Then we have the Liberty Cap at Yellowstone National Park. There's a something at Yellowstone, and here's the entrance to Yellowstone. Oops. Yeah, these pages are really brittle, so. There's also Yellowstone, so it looks like we're starting out with Yellowstone here. And then we switch to Lake Michigan Chicago Lighthouse. And then there's the something in Iowa, Sioux City, Iowa there. Here's a steamer, the steamer Vixen near something, Dubuque, Iowa, I think it says. So that's a cool picture of a steamer. That's Snake River, Idaho up there, Cincinnati, Ohio, Des Moines, Iowa again, and then souvenir of Sioux City, Iowa. Yeah, this one's going to be really heavy too. But like I said, if you've already bought some, well, regardless, the most you're going to pay is $8.77. So there's the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad Station. Sorry about the glare on some of these. There we go. The insurance building in Chicago, Dearborn Street Railroad Station, Chicago. Here's the California delegation to the 31st Triennial Conclave of the Knights Templar. So you got all those people riding their horses. I wonder where that was. And then we have Jacksonville, Florida. It looks like a Riverside Park. And here's Wall Street, New York City, New Orleans, Louisiana, and then Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I used to go to Ocean Springs a lot for work. Here's responding to an alarm. So you have a fire department here. And then White City at night, tower illumination. This is something in Chicago. I can see it up underneath there. And then Drexel Boulevard, Chicago. I mean, and the postcards look like they're in okay condition. So they are as they are in the album. So there's something in Chicago. Chicago looks like all these are Chicago. Some kind of temple there. The L in Chicago. Oh, here's another Knights Templar one. So we've had a couple of these Knights Templar. This one does look like it's got some staining and stuff on it. Tell you what, I'm going to pull this one out just so we can get an idea of, let's see. Well, yeah, so it is unused. I mean, I don't know if this is representative. There is a little bit of staining on the back. You can see, where it's been in the thing. You can see the different colors. But anyway, let's see. Let's stick that like that. You know what? I'm gonna set this aside just so it doesn't get messed up since I took it out. But we'll put it with the album. I'll put it in the front of the album in a sleeve or something. So you will get that postcard. Here's Chicago, and then here's another Knights Templar one here. So there's been 3 of those so far. Here's the Federal Building. Oh, so I guess this Knights Templar thing must have been in Chicago because I think Van Buren Street might be Chicago, but not 100% sure about that. Does that look like Chicago to everybody? So, and then there's another Chicago building. So we've been heavy on Chicago. Here's New York, and then Jacksonville, Florida, and then another Chicago, the Federal Building and the Post Office. You never know what we're going to find when we turn the page. There's another Knights Templar. Yeah, Michigan Avenue. So almost positive this was in Chicago. Whatever this conclave, when they all got together. There's Des Moines, Iowa. There's New York. And then here's another LaSalle Street Arch at the Knights Templar Conclave. There's Chicago, San Francisco, and then New York, I think. I mean, yeah, these albums are just like the boxes. I mean, they just, threw stuff in here. Not a lot of rhyme or reason. You'd think they would have put all these together, but who knows. Union Stockyards in Chicago. And then we have another Chicago up top there. And then St. Philip's Church in Charleston, South Carolina. That's where my daughter went to school and got married there. This is something in Pennsylvania. And then here's Kansas City, Missouri. City something. Here's another Templar. It says the Templar Way, State Street. And then We are going home to something. Mother, maybe? Can't see it because it's blocked there. Here's San Francisco, and here's Independence Hall. Here is San Francisco, California. And then here's Seattle, Washington. Hope y'all are enjoying looking through this because it's going to take us a little while to get through it. There are a ton of postcards here. Seattle, Washington. Here's the U.S. Treasury in Washington, D.C. Here's Atlantic City. And then here's Seattle, Washington. And then here's Tall somebody's, he's a Sioux. So you can see, I don't know if it just says Tall Indian or what. There's Winona, Minnesota. Here's Cotton Gin in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And then there's a totem pole. That's Chief Shake's totem pole. And there's some more totem poles. There's Palmer House in Chicago. Des Moines, Iowa. And then whatever these two are here, New York. And something new capital, Pennsylvania. And then there's state capital, Jackson, Mississippi. So it looks like maybe some state capitals there. Whoops, skip the page. Well, I think that's a page there. Yeah, hold on. Let me put this back on here. It's like they're not stuck together with sticky stuff. I think the cards have just gotten in the, yeah, there we go. So that one came out. All right, so this is Ogden, Utah. And then we have Twin Tubes, must be doing the subway there. Yeah, this must be when they're like building the subway. Then here's a train leaving Hoboken Station. The Hudson and Manhattan Railroad Tunnel. Here's Jacksonville, Florida. Whatever those two are. New Haven, Connecticut, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. And then here's the Illinois Central Railroad Bridge. I'll tell you what, since this one's loose, I'm going to put it with the that other night's Templar one just so it doesn't fall out and get bent. Then we'll stick it in the front of the album. There's First Congregational Church in Waterloo. And here's the Buckingham in St. Augustine, Florida. Does look like that one's got some bad creases in it there. And then there's House made of 10,000 beer bottles in Nevada. And then Spartanburg, South Carolina, Courthouse. Lincoln School in Fort Dodge, Louisiana, I think. Here's When Love Grows Cold. And then here's Never Something Smooth. True Love Never Runs Smooth. And then there's the R.B. Coddington residence in Paxton, Illinois. Here is Elephants at Lincoln Park in Chicago. And then whatever that one is, I can't turn my head that direction. So then it looks like this is a leather postcard maybe. It says Face to Face with Old Friends in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Yeah, I think that one's leather. Then here is Landon Fountain Central Park in Winona, Michigan. Then we have The Maid of the Mist at Niagara Falls. Belle of Badlands in North Dakota. Then here's Nobody Looking But the Owl and the Moon, I guess is what that says. Then here's James Marshall's Workshop. Excuse me. There's Carnegie Library in Paxton, Illinois. There's I Am Having a Great Time Picking Cherries. He's feeding him cherries. There's a lot of meaning to that, I guess. And here's Nantucket, Massachusetts. Then here's Woodland Park, Chicago. And then there's Victoria, British Columbia up there. And then whoever this is here. And then that's, can't see, Mount Vernon, I think is what it says. And then the state capital in Providence, Rhode Island. who knows what we're going to find when we turn the page. Like I said, I have not looked at any of these albums, so we're surprised at the same time. Here's the Grant Monument in Lincoln Park in Chicago. And then this is some kind of Asian, like maybe it's hand tinted. There's a railroad yard of some sort. And then there's the Cliff House Seal Rocks in San Francisco, California. There's Commission Row in Seattle, Washington. And then this just says Burton. And then that says Boathouse in Columbus, Pennsylvania. And that's St. Augustine, Florida. Columbus, Ohio. These are turned where I can't really see them, but it's British Columbia on the top. Sorry about my finger there. And then whatever that is down there. Here's Bell Harbor near Daytona, Florida. Some kind of sightseeing boat. And there's bird's eye view of Goldsboro, Pennsylvania. And you got these two here. And then California up top. I don't think we're halfway through yet, so there is Fresno, California, and then Berlin, New Jersey, and Bath, New York. And then Rockville Bridge, longest bridge in the world, Titusville, Florida, Washington Avenue, and then there's another one of the house made of 1,000 beer bottles, and then there's a house made of barrels. And there's Bluff Point. Here's Chicago at night. And then there is Florida. Never mind. Sorry about my finger there. That's Florida. And then that's Cincinnati, Ohio. Bridge across the river. And then here's Gibson House in Lake Keuka. Grove Park in Philadelphia. Thousand Islands, New York. New Jersey, New York. That bottom one. Madison Square Park Racing. And then Steamboat Landing in Evansville, Indiana. New York, and I'll periodically point out, these do have some staining, where they've been in the thing and discoloration. So here's a Child's Place in New Haven, Connecticut. And then there's Seen on the Little River, above Townsend, Tennessee. That's really close to me. Probably been in that spot. There's a suspension bridge in Cincinnati, Ohio, Daytona, Florida. And then here's American Garden in Atlantic City, New Jersey. There's some seashells from Atlantic City. And then here's Central Park in New York. All right, here is Bath, New York. And here's a buffalo or a bison. You can see the discoloration around the edge there. There's like a 4th of July. Yeah, 4th of July postcard. And then here's Riverside Park in Winona, Minnesota. And then some tower, Rocking Stone Tower. Then here's Comes Out Holy, I can't read. There's what it says, but a Native American. And then here's a Merry Christmas. And here's the fishing fleet in Titusville, Florida. Been to Titusville before. A bridge of some sort with a steamboat. Let's see if I can get the glare off of it. Going underneath it. And there's Long Expected, Arrived at Last, and My Heart is Far Away with Lily Bell. And then here's Waterloo, Iowa. Here's a group of Chinese children. Here's the ostrich farm with a man riding ostrich. And then here's one of those deer so and so. They didn't write it in. This place is beautiful. So many quiet nooks. Feel better already. Don't worry. Yours. And then there's Columbus, Pennsylvania. Car on bridge. Here's where we are. We still got, yeah, I mean, I'm still don't think we're halfway through. So hopefully y'all are having fun looking at it. Here's the terrace in Canastota, New York. And then here's South Omaha, Nebraska. And approach to bridge in Columbus, Pennsylvania. And then here's the hospital. Just says the hospital. I wonder what the big blue +1 that just popped up is. Whatnot's doing all kind of new stuff that I haven't seen before. Here's the cabin at James something. Yeah, and sorry I'm not checking the chat right now. Here's the Masonic Hall and somewhere in California. And then here's Love's Greeting. And there's Minnehaha Falls in the winter. There is Washington Park Conservatory College, or Conservatory in Chicago. Here's Blackfoot Chiefs. And then there's To My Valentine. And then here's Broadway looking east in Winona, Minnesota. Here's Niagara Falls, New York. And there's a bird there. And this says, out of my reach, naughty ring on rapid wing, flies, alas, away, away, no use racing, no use chasing, naughty, naughty ring won't stay. And then there's the naughty ring. And here's Bathing Hour, the girls of the John Wanamaker Commercial Institute in Island Heights, New Jersey. And here is Orlando, Florida. Sorry about the glare. And then nature's face is smiling all around. There's beauty everywhere. Rainbow Falls, Colorado. And then in California, Orange Orchard. There's another Native American one there. Easter Greeting, Yellowstone. And then Melbourne, Florida, maybe. Whew. And then Orlando, Florida. Be My Valentine. My Easter Greeting, Jesus Lives. Then St. Petersburg, Florida. Here's the Ostrich Farm again. And then here's Black Americana from Knoxville, Tennessee. Naflin Brothers, 1905. And then there's another Ostrich Farm, Sincere Love. Love's Fair Exchange, another Native American, a Ute chief and his squaw. And then there's somebody, Dan, who's a Sioux. And there's Juneau, Alaska. Valentine's greetings, birthday greetings, Hollywood, Hollyhocks Hoyt Library in Michigan somewhere. Then here's sheep in Washington Park in Chicago. It's like we almost need to have an intermission. Here's Waterloo, Iowa. And then here's Pasadena, California, the Ostrich Farm again. Thanksgiving greetings. Waterloo, Iowa down here. St. Augustine, Florida. Owing to expected calls on my time, I cannot write anymore or something. Highly Hallow. And then the SS Mogi in Nelson, British Columbia. Here's British Columbia again up top. And then this one here, just a couple. You can see the crease in it there. Totem poles. And then another British Columbia down here. Another British Columbia. Here's Minneapolis, British Columbia. And then home in a cedar stump. So we've seen a home made out of beer bottles, a home made out of barrels, and a home in a cedar stump. There's In the Grasp of the Ice King. And then they've cutting down a big tree here. Here's Glacier, British Columbia. And then Ice Bridge, Niagara Falls. Oregon, Niagara Falls, Niagara Falls, Niagara Falls. Got through that page quick. Oregon coast. Let me see if I turn this off. No, the glare's not coming from there. So I assume that's, yeah, Horseshoe Falls, Niagara. Then Washington Beauties, apples, I guess. Oh, this one's cool. It's got this gold buffalo on it. I can't tell if it's plastic or metal. Feels, I'm not sure. But anyway, it says souvenir from Buffalo. And then it's got seashells around it. That makes no sense. There's Canadian Rockies. And then whatever this scene is. Then there's St. Patrick's postcard. I don't think we've seen one of those yet. Victoria, I guess that's British Columbia, maybe. Some kind of river scene up there. And then Chicago, Illinois. And Alberta, Canada. Another Banff, Alberta, Canada. Then life in British Columbia. At the sawmill there, I guess. And then Seattle, Washington. And then Illinois somewhere. Some avenue. And then here's leopards at Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago. 'Tis said a horseshoe brings good luck, and if the saying's true, the best of everything I hope will come to you. Come with this to you. There's a souvenir from somewhere. It's like raised up. They like to just put seashells around things. There's Cottage Hill in Oil City, Pennsylvania, and then Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I had 2 kids who went to Alabama, so we went to Tuscaloosa a lot. There's one that says sweet. Which would you rather be, cozy in a crazy corner or crazy in a cozy corner? Then all I have, I left in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And there's somebody with his dog, the Bruins, mascot of the Chicago Stock Company. The longer I do these shows, the worse I talk. Here's On the Way, Be There Soon. So they're on a scale there. We're getting into some different kinds here. Wreck of a log train in the Great Smokies, east of Townsend, Tennessee. And then this is the place for striking matches. Oh, so it's a rough surface. So you could strike matches, and it's got a hole, I guess, so you could hang it up. And then here's the popular Atlantic City, California. Oh, no, never mind. The popular Atlantic City calf. And then there's a windmill showing it upside down. There's Fort Steele Bridge in Wyoming. Here's Columbia River Sturgeon, I think it says. And then whatever that house is there. And then Bridgeport, Connecticut, the Charities building. Right, we might be halfway. I don't know. Here's Don't Care If He Never Comes Back. Oops, sorry. Here's Roosevelt Bears at the Taylors. 3 queens and a pair of jacks. And then Grand Forks, North Dakota. There's Please, Please Save Me. Oh, there's a mouse. Sorry about that. There's a mouse on the ground. And then whatever this is. And then this one says Always in the Lead. And this one said, Excuse me, said the maiden steady. I only meant it for a joke. If you cannot see the point, why then just choke? Well, that's not nice. Here's Chicago SS Eastland. And then Minnehaha Falls. This is like a big... I don't know if it's a postcard or a card of some sort, but you can see how big it is compared to the others. Then there's Have Been Kept on the Jump in Atlantic City. Doing leapfrog there. And then there's Eden Park in Cincinnati, Ohio. Love at its height. It must be somewheres. What must? Why its tail? Oh, it's like a military postcard of some sort. Does anybody know what that means? They're like looking, are they saying he's a fox of some sort? But in any case, Corey, Pennsylvania. And welcome in, everyone. Haven't been paying attention to the chat. We're going through this huge postcard album, and we're going to auction the whole thing off. We've seen a lot of Knights Templar postcards, just really a little bit of everything. I would say the postcards themselves are mostly in fair condition. I try to point out really, really obvious defects, but yeah, just look at the pictures. They've been in this album obviously a really long time. So here's another one of those large things from Pony Track at Minnehaha Park in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So I guess it's the horse racing there. And then here's a California watermelon. And then there's, I guess, California corn. Here's a navel orange tree and another navel orange tree. Those look like duplicates. This looks like maybe a view of Mount Fuji, possibly. Oh yeah, we're into like some Asian looking postcards. Well, here's the California alligator farm first. Then we get into that's Chinese native sons in San Francisco, and then a Chinese aristocrat in California. The fingernails are permitted to grow to an abnormal length. Oh yeah, look at that. I remember when I was a kid and had the Guinness Book World Records, and that was that one guy with the really long fingernails that was always like, that's so gross. Here's the ferry building in San Francisco. Here's the Grand Stairway in California somewhere. Then I assume these are more San Francisco, probably at Chinese Theater, I think that says. Here's Avalon at Santa Catalina Island. Yeah, you can see how much is coming off. So here's Winfield, Kansas. Then looks like there's a Chinese fortune teller in Chinatown. Here's the Viker's New Apprentice. And then here's the suspension bridge across the Ohio River in Cincinnati. State Capitol in Des Moines, Iowa. Sensation. And then Pennsylvania Capitol. And the House of the Seven Gables in Pasadena, California. Well, we're making progress here towards the end. San Francisco, California. And then this said this will keep Jack a going. Oh, she's pouring some like liquor or something, I think. Right there. Here's general view of Goldfield, Nevada. And then here's the U.S. Treasury in Washington, D.C. There's Orange Tree in California. And there's the Sing Chong Company in San Francisco, California. And then we got another Knights Templar stuck here in the back. So that's 6 or 7 of those that we've seen. The California delegation to the 31st Triennial, that may be the same one. I think that may be a duplicate of what we saw earlier. Winter in Eastlake Park. And then Tuscaloosa, Alabama, seen on the Warrior River. My daughter, her job while she was in school, she worked for AmeriCorps, and she coordinated cleanups on the Tuscaloosa, or on the Warrior River, rather. Here's Denver, Colorado. And then here's Denver, Colorado. Some kind of just sailboats out in the ocean. I'm not sure what they are. Here's the Israelite colony view, Benton Harbor, Michigan. Send for literature. So whatever that is, it's a bunch of people with really long beards and really long hair. And then this one lady with them. So, a good old time Thanksgiving creating or something. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and then somewhere in Kentucky. Well, y'all must like looking at these because my audience has gone up to 22 since we've been looking at this album. So there's oranges, banana, and a peach. And then it looks like they're all kissing, and well, 2 of them are kissing, and then this one lady's looking over them. And then there's Denver. There's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This one must have fallen out of here, so I'm going to put it with these others. Nothing like it. That'll give us a chance to look at the back of another one. So that'll go over with those other ones. I'll just stick them in sleeves in the front of the postcard album. Not sure. Interior of something. Then there's a mission in California, and there's Tuckaleechee Cove, Tennessee. Get all the people swimming in the creek there. Lily Pond in Lincoln Park. I can't read what that one says. There's a copyright 1908, maybe. I'm not sure. Is that? It's either a native. I think it may be a Native American. So, Annapolis, Minnesota, and then high grade ore for deposit and safety vaults in Goldfield, Nevada. Here's Chicago. And then here's somewhere John Marshall statue. And here's a camp at Summit Lake in British Columbia. Here's Alaska. You got the totem poles in Alaska there. Greetings from Philadelphia. And then we have some floral. There's several floral ones on this page. I'll just show them. And then, these are those. So here's another one of those Israelite colony view. Do you have any idea what the Israelite colony view is? It's in Benton Harbor, Michigan, but it's all these same looking guys with the long beards and stuff. Here's greetings from the Illinois State Fair in Springfield, Illinois. And then here's two more of these floral ones. They have little poems on them. Here's Springfield, Illinois. Here's Lethbridge, a silver farm, harvesting on silver farm. And then this one just says damnation. So, and then here's train at the Hoboken station and Illinois State Capitol, Springfield, Illinois. Springfield, Illinois. Oil City, Pennsylvania. I think we've seen a couple from there. There's some more oranges. And there's Evansville, Indiana. It's the library. Well, we've still got quite a few pages, but we're getting closer. There's California apples. So we've seen California corn and California watermelon, and there's California apples. Here's a pear raised in Washington. So it's got a pair of bears on a pear. Great Falls of the Yellowstone National Park. And then Winfield, St. John's College in Winfield, Kansas. And then there's Eugene. It's a poem by Eugene Field. Here's something on a stump, dancing on a stump in Washington, I think it says. And then hospital, soldiers home in Indiana. And then here's another one of those Eugene Field poems. Yeah, welcome in everyone. My name's Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures here in snowy Knoxville, Tennessee today. I haven't looked out the window in a while, so I don't know how much we got, but we were supposed to get anywhere between 5 to 8 inches, which is a lot for us. Here's Marion, Indiana. There's a floral basket wishing you a happy birthday. There's another happy birthday. Here's Absecon Light Crew on drill. So they got their lifeboat. And then there's the Corn Palace in South Dakota. There's a Merry Christmas, whatever that one is. And then here's Happy Birthday. Here's wishing you a happy birthday. And then here's Fair Days and Happy Hours. And there's New Jersey somewhere. And here's another New Jersey. Circumstantial evidence. Soldiers Monument. Some old Hendricks Mill. And then here's a swimming pool. somewhere in Evansville, Indiana. I think it says it's a salt pool in Evansville, Indiana. All right, here's preferred stock or preferred stock. They've gotten into the preferred stock there. Here's lift up my dress and you will see why this town looks blue to me. Stung. Greetings, sincere. And then this is what made Milwaukee famous. Come to it. Beer and pretzels. Here's a coronation souvenir from 1911 from King George and Queen Mary. There's a Catholic church in New Jersey. There's Niagara Falls, New York. And there's Salem, Ohio. There's a Merry Christmas. Here's any little girl that's a wise little girl is the right little girl for me. Here's Tennessee River near Knoxville, Tennessee. So another one of my hometown postcards. Here's Viaduct, Port Hope, Ontario. And then Northfield Golf. Links, I guess, maybe, or lines. Sailing is always good when you're with the one you love. And then there's a Philadelphia. And then another, the Northfield Golf line, I guess is what that says. So there's West Baden Springs, Indiana up top, and then this one's upside down. I just feel like biting something. Oh, and the cat's getting ready to bite him, I guess. There's the State Armory in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and not sure what this is. Some kind of scene. There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. There's that. Philadelphia again. West Baden Springs, Indiana. West Baden Springs, Indiana. That one's got glitter on it. There's the place by the Penn Society, and it's got a Native American sitting there. 1906, I think, is what the date on it says. Something about this is where the Declaration of Independence was written, I believe. Philadelphia, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Philadelphia. And we have Indiana. Then Indiana, Evansville, Montreal. And then an old fence somewhere. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And then there's William Penn. It's got his autograph on it. Not really, but I guess that's what his signature looked like. And then there's Alaska. It's like baseball cards. And he signed a bunch of them, and they randomly put them in packs of postcards. There's some quarry somewhere. Whew. And here's Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. Chester, Pennsylvania. Here's Main Street in Warsaw, Illinois. Here's Mount Vernon, Pennsylvania. Here's East Market Street in Wilkesboro, Pennsylvania. And then that's somewhere County Bank in New York. And then whatever that one is. And then Cumberland, Rhode Island. A red house. I don't see where it is. This one's got a lot of creasing on it. That's the Appalachian Exposition. Oh, so this is Chilhowie Park. That's cool. Chilhowie Park's not there, but I don't know. I don't think any of the structures from this exposition are still there. But the lake's still there and everything. That's where our fair is. Here's the Memorial Hospital in Knoxville, Tennessee. And here's a library in New York somewhere. There's the passenger depot of the Southern Railroad. That might be the one in Knoxville because I think that's still there. That's when we did the turkey trot on Thanksgiving. We started right in front of that. Here's Toledo, Ohio. Here's a real photo of a girl and her dog. I don't know where it is. So here's Ocean City somewhere, seen along the lines of Atlantic City and Shore Railroad between Atlantic City and Ocean City. It was so the. I was looking to see if it had a date. It was October 12th. I don't see a year. I think it was in the. It was like the early 1900s, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And I don't know when the Jacobs building was done. I think is what you're asking. I don't know if it was later or if that was part of that. I'm thinking the Jacobs building doesn't look that old, but it could. I mean, it could be. I used to go to the Jacobs building to a lot of like baseball card shows and stuff when I was a kid, and coin shows and stamp shows. There's Wheeling, West Virginia. There's Homeward Bound, Atlantic City, New Jersey. There's the Hoist Bridge in Kenneth, can't see it from here, New York. And there's West Cumberland, Maryland. There's another real photo of a guy with his dogs, I believe. And there's philosophy. Ain't no use to grumble and complain. It's just as cheap and easy to rejoice when God sorts out the weather and sends rain. So rain's my choice. Or why rain's my choice. Here's something in Buffalo, New York. And there's Home in a Cedar Stump again. I think we've seen two of those. Ooh, here, let me get a drink of water real quick. All this talking makes me lose my voice. All right, here's another real photo of Lebanon, Indiana, it looks like. And here's Chicago, Illinois. Here's the Hotel Radisson in Minneapolis. And then here's Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Here's Corey, Pennsylvania. And here's a Merry Christmas and a Glad New Year. And then that one's Tacoma, Washington, I believe. And here's a hospital, soldiers' home in Marion, Indiana. I can see the end now. And then there's Marion, Indiana again. Pansies for Thoughts. This looks like another, San Francisco, California. Here's the Tennessee River Bridge in Knoxville. I think that might be is that the railroad bridge, maybe? That might be the railroad bridge, I think. Because I think the Henley Street Bridge was built after that, maybe. There's another one of the Mount Fuji, I think. So here's another one of those. Did anybody ever Google this? What was it again? I can't read it. Was it Israelite something? But anyway, there's all those same guys with beards. And then there's the post office. And then here's another like Asian postcard of some sort. Hey, we're almost at the end. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I can't read that one from here. And then that one's also can't read that from here. And here's the Tennessee River Bridge again in Knoxville. Yeah, I was looking. Yeah, I'm not sure which bridge that is. I think it's the railroad bridge. So, Boathouse in Columbus, Pennsylvania. Anyway, like Neyland Drive's over here, where Neyland Stadium and stuff is. Boathouse in Columbus, Pennsylvania. I have to scoot these over and probably open these pages. And then wherever Chicago is what that is. And then El Dorado, California, I think it is. Kelowna, California. I feel like I've run a marathon or something. It's, here's San Francisco, California. And then here is, I'm assuming that's in California as well. I don't know if it was that one. I've been through several of those trees you can drive through. There's the Imperial Restaurant in Astoria, Oregon. House of David. I said House of David. That's Rick's picks from 100 years ago. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with the chat. Let's see then. Here's Victoria, British Columbia. Garfield statue in Cincinnati, Ohio. British Columbia and British Columbia. Whew. And I'm not sure. Something in California up here. And then City Hall in Denver, Colorado, there's the Sing Fat Company. The famous Oriental Bazaar in San Francisco. No, in well, there's one in Chinatown in San Francisco, and then there's a branch in Los Angeles, it says. Here's Victoria, British Columbia again. Here's the Truckee River in California. Here's Utah's best crop. Look at all the babies. And then Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. And then the McClashin Residence in Rocking Stone Tower in California. Hey, David. My brother's home. We're just going through this postcard album. We're actually about to finish. Here's a railroad one. Here's another Black Americana. It's got him a bunny rabbit. And then here's Badlands, North Dakota. Here's Evansville, Indiana, Steamboat Landing. There's Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here's some kind of cathedral in Montreal. And then there's the Garden of the Gods in Colorado. And then Minneapolis here. California. Tacoma, Washington. Cactus. Whoops. Here's Washington. Here's Sugar Pine Log. 108 inches at large end. And then that one. And then Totems in Alaska. There's a Colorado Ranch. So if I can get a place to grab to turn the page. Okay, here's, the University of Alabama. Looked a lot different back then than it did when my kids went there. In Tuscaloosa, there's the Armory in Tacoma, Washington. There's Idaho. Oh, that's not Shoshone? Yeah. My daughter and I went there on our way back from Washington when she was moving back here, Shoshone Falls. The Niagara Falls of the West, I think is what they call it. Here's Truckee, California. Here's another one of the San Francisco. And then here's a Native American. I guess he was a doctor. And then Evansville, Indiana. And there's Dancing on the Giant Cedar Stump. I think that's the second one of those we've seen maybe. Oh, is this the last page? Oh, yeah. The album was made in Germany. Here's an ore dump. Combination mine in Nevada. Here's Newark, New Jersey. Here is North Dakota. And last but not least, the Florida State Capitol building in Tallahassee. So let me weigh this and get it entered. So see if I can close this up. Yeah, this thing's a mess, but all right, so let me turn on my scale over here real quick. All right. So this weighs, you have, can't even see it. It sticks out over the top. So the postcard album itself weighs 8 pounds exactly. So let me get this thing added. So shop. Create temporary listing. We'll just call this one, I'm going to put fair as the condition again, and we'll just call this one Huge Postcard Album. That's more just so I know which one to ship. I'm going to start this one at 15. I'm going to assume it will go higher than that anyway, but just since the shipping might, the shipping on this one could be crazy. So 45, I'll do it for 45 seconds again so we can look through them. Shipping profile. So this one's going to be, let's see, how much did I say it weighed? 8. I have some custom profiles I'd set up. I was seeing I've had one that was that heavy. I'll just use the 7 and 9 pounds because it doesn't really matter for y'all since you're paying a fixed amount. So, you know what? I'm going to just call it an 8-pound shipment. It's going to be more closer to 10. I better say 7 to 9. All right, so save that. Add listing. And pin it. All right, let me move the album back over here. Goodness, it's not to wash my table thing. So you do have those couple of paper clippings. All right, let me go ahead and start this, and then I'll just keep on showing. So you do have these over here as well. Just show these real quick. These were the ones that were loose in there, and I'll put them in the front. Nothing like it, or I'll probably put them in like a little hard mailer and just stick them on top of the album or something. Then you had the Illinois Central Railroad Bridge, and it's a real photo, 1904 to 1918, I believe, with the stamps, with the triangles going up. Then this was one of the Knights Templar ones here. So those three are loose, but they are included. And all right, let me go ahead and start this. And that is right. Well, let's see. Here's start auction. All right, let's see where it goes. So I'll just kind of go through it quickly just to show you what all's in here again. That was another one of the Knights Templar. I think we saw a lot of Chicago. There's a fire engine one. A lot of buildings here. Try not to move it too fast so I don't get anybody seasick. Chicago. Here's the one of the Knights Templar. Thanks for the bids, everyone. There's a lot of postcards in here. So Knights Templar, Des Moines, Union Stockyards, Going Home to Mother. That was, quite a few Native American postcards in here. And just for anybody who's just coming in here, these all came out of an old farmhouse in East Tennessee, up near Greenville, Tennessee. There's the leather postcard that was in here. We got Tackle Finder. Looks like Tackle Finder's going to take it. Thank you so much. So all this stuff should mail out on Monday. I mean, a lot of times when I have Friday shows, I'll take them to the post office on Saturday morning. Just not sure what the situation of getting out of my neighborhood will be. Yeah, so I hope you enjoy looking through those. Let me go ahead and write your name down. That says it's your first purchase from me. I know I've seen you in a lot of other shows, though. I hang out in other people's shows all the time as well. So, let me stick that there. Stick that there. Stick this down here. All right, what time is it? So it's 4:07. I mean, I'll go to around 5 if y'all want me to. Do y'all want to go through? I mean, I've still got, just to show you what we got left. I mean, we ain't even hardly made a dent. Well, I mean, I guess we made a little bit of a dent, but I still have all these, and we have no idea what's in them. So I can continue to run these if y'all want to stick around for another 45 minutes or so. And we'll just randomly pull and do it like we've been doing. I do need to clean up my area here real quick. Okay, everybody cover your ears again. This is... Just pick those big pieces up. Sorry about the noise. Actually cleaned up pretty well. Better than I thought it would. Alright, that's probably good enough. You know what? I do have one more album. But it came out of the same place. They had put it in a newer album, And I mean, we can do this one. I'll probably take the postcards out, like the album won't be included. But yeah, if y'all want to go through it, we can go ahead and do that. Just let me know. There's, however many pages of just a quick, like doing this. I haven't looked in it, but it looks like it's probably mostly holiday postcards. So, all right, we'll tell you what, this one will be clean. So, we'll go ahead and do this one as well. I don't know if anybody wants to keep a tally. This one should be easy to count because there's probably going to be 3 on every page. So we'll see if there's anything different in here. All right, so we have Christmas, Christmas, Christmas. Oh, and we'll be able to see we can see the backs of these too. So far these all look to be in decent condition, maybe. Well, I mean, this one here has some creasing. Try to keep the glare to a minimum, but I don't want to take the time to take them out right now as we go through them. Christmas, Christmas. There's the backs of those. Most of these look to be, early 1900s into the 1910s. Oh, my eye's itching. Here's Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas, Happy Christmas. And this one's got like some kind of seal, like a Christmas seal on it. Here's the backs of all these. And then a bright and Merry Christmas, a Happy Christmas. So definitely a lot of Christmas in this one. Christmas, Christmas. That one's kind of cool. Our motto, past, present, and future, 1908. Welcome, 225th anniversary Founders Week. I don't know if it says it was from Philadelphia, so I don't know if that's where it was postmarked. So there's the backs of those. Christmas. Actually, we can count these really easily just by counting the pages. Unless there's something different than Christmas, I'm probably not going to say it every time now. That one's kind of cool. Has the horses on it. There's a candle. Here's the backs of those. Christmas. All these are Christmas. This is literally the only thing I've gone through that I pulled out of that farmhouse that has been organized in any particular way. So it does appear to be at least holiday cards of some sort. That one's cool. Yeah, all these are Christmas as well. So definitely the majority of these are Christmas. 1915 written on the front of that one. And as I mentioned, I'm going to pull these out of the album to ship them just because I can use all these pages. So, oh, here's a Halloween one. So there's the one different in here. Let's see. Well, it looks to be in. Let's see, where's the thing on? Oh, there it is. Just going to pull this one out and see what kind of condition it's in. It's got a creased corner, but other than that, it looks to be in okay condition. So you do have one Halloween. Hearty Christmas greetings. That one's got a newer stamp, but the postcard still looks old. That one's postmarked with the Pan Pacific Exposition that we saw some other postcards for, I think. Easter. Do have an Easter one thing in there. There's another Easter. You got the rabbit like balancing or something, it looks like. Christmas. And this will officially be the last album. I think I might have some scrapbooks and such that we'll do next week during my ephemera show. So make sure you bookmark that one as well. It'll be 1 o'clock. One of my New Year's resolutions was to get back to going on Whatnot more consistently. I've been on Whatnot. Is it 3? I think I started in April of 2022. So 3 years coming up. And I used to do shows all the time. Then I kind of got away from it. But I'm going to try to be more regular in the ephemera category. I have a lot of it in the garage I need to get through too. So they'll probably be similar to this show where we'll bundle things. There's a Tux. So that one's a Tux Christmas card right there. And I am by no means a postcard expert. I just know to say undivided back when I see that. I know a lot of people like Tux. So that one's kind of neat. And welcome in, everyone. I'm not doing a good job watching the chat while I'm doing these albums, but I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures. I'm here in Knoxville, Tennessee, snowy Knoxville today, snowball fight. And in addition to Whatnot, I sell on other online platforms, and I also have several booths here in the Knoxville area. I am at Bearden Antique Mall, West End Antiques, both in Knoxville, then Granny's Attic in Clinton. So if you're ever coming through the Knoxville area, stop in and see me. So there's those. Here's two beauties. Thanksgiving. So we saw Thanksgiving. There's a birthday. Easter. So at least a little break from the Christmas there. There's another Thanksgiving. Got the turkey on a platter. Another Thanksgiving and birthday. Many happy returns of the day, birthday greetings, and Thanksgiving greetings. And that's pretty brutal. They have the fork and the knife stuck in the turkey already with the pumpkins on there. Now that's another Tux up top. So the many happy returns of the day is a Tux. It was postmarked at Station C in Philadelphia. Happy birthday, another Thanksgiving. There's those. Best wishes, Thanksgiving, and Valentine's. To my Valentine, and then I'm not sure what this one is, but it's foreign. Then we have To My Valentine, Valentine's Greetings, and Valentine's Greetings. More Valentines. All three of these for Valentine's. Another Tux. So that one there is a Tux. 1908, I think, is the postmark. And there's that one. So yeah, getting into a run of Valentine's cards here. So 3 more Valentines. There's the backs of those. There's a Thanksgiving with a pumpkin on it. I hope, you will have a fine Thanksgiving. And Valentine's, and looks like Valentine's. Thanksgiving, I guess Valentine's maybe. And then another Valentine's. Guess they're breaking hearts. Or they're mending hearts. I don't know. Oh, it's another Tux. That Thanksgiving is a Tux. We've seen several Tux in here. Thanksgiving, Valentine's, and Be My Valentine. This one's also a Tuck. It looks like Raphael Tuck and Sons. Yeah, Tux. Actually, so both these are Tucks. Thanksgiving, Valentine's and Valentine's. This one looks like it's got some condition issues on the corners. Oh, that one's Tux. Tux as well. It's like all these are maybe Valentine's. Valentine's. Bertha. That was from Bertha, I guess. Oh, I guess there was a blank space there. So the Bertha card's actually on this one. Wonder what was there. There's the backs of those. And then another Valentine's, and another Valentine's. Well, oh, sorry I'm not talking quite as much. Trying to give my voice a little rest. It's hard when I don't see how the people who do these like 5 and 6 hour shows do it. I mean, I always feel like I've finished running some kind of race or something after I finish my shows, but I guess when I was younger, maybe I could have done it. I mean, I'm pushing 60 now, which is hard to believe. I mean, like 57, so I guess I shouldn't put myself there yet. Valentine's. Oh, that one's cool. So I don't know if that one's actually a postcard as much as it is just a card. But in any case, there's Christmas. Got a Christmas thrown in there. Then Valentine's and Valentine's. Getting close to the end here. There's the backs of those. Christmas, Valentine's, and New Year's Day. Then Christmas, Christmas, Christmas. We've got the Benjamin Franklin postcard, undivided back there, and then here's another tux. So this one was a tux here. That's 5 or 6 tucks we've seen, I guess. At Christmas Tide, and then that one looks like maybe Christmas, maybe. And then there's another Christmas. And that one's also a tux right there. Democrat, North Carolina. Wonder where that is. Has anybody heard of Democrat, North Carolina? I have never heard of it. And I was born in North Carolina. I've lived in Tennessee my whole life. Except for the 1 year I lived in North Carolina. All right, just about to the end here. And then we'll get it added and run it. There's the backs of those. So another tux. So this one on top is a tux. Then Christmas memories and thoughts of you. Another Christmas, and it looks like another Christmas. And there's the backs of those. And then here's Christmas joys. There's a Merry Christmas with some bunny rabbits. All right, I think we're to the last page right here. So, thanks to him who spared my living, for I'm a victim of Thanksgiving. And then friendly greetings and accept my best wishes for a joyous Easter. So there's those. Let me go ahead and weigh this and get it added, and then we'll just run this whole thing. I really appreciate everybody sticking with me. Hope y'all feel like y'all are getting some good deals. Like I said, I was just overwhelmed with the number of postcards I got, so let somebody else do all the work as far as going through them. I guess I need to turn my scale on. Let's see, this one weighs, well, let me tell you what, I'll take out some weight for the binder because it's the binder and pages aren't going. So I'm going to say the binder pages probably weigh 1.5 pounds. So I'm just going to call this 1 to 2 pounds because it'll be over a pound of postcards. I do know that. So yeah, just to clarify, I'm going to take all these postcards out, and just mail them like I'm doing all the other ones that I've run. So you will not get the binder with it. So let me go ahead and add this one. Let me add it on my phone here. So add new, create temporary listing. I always talk to myself while I do this. So I'll call these good because they are in better condition than the other 2 albums. And we'll call it, I'm going to call it Holiday Postcards because that's basically what they are. Hollywood Postcard Light. Tell you what, I'll start this one at $3. Y'all been hanging out with me all afternoon. So the shipping profile, I said we would call it 1 to 2 pounds. Save. Add listing. And pin. All right, I'll go ahead and run it for 45 seconds so we can quickly. Probably, I don't know what I have. If we look on the table back here, one thing we've learned, there's really no rhyme or reason to how these things are sorted. We found a lot of holiday postcards. We found, just a little bit of everything in these. So there may be more holiday postcards, but I don't have any more albums. So this was the last album. I think between the 3 shows, I've now done 6 albums, and the albums have all been really cool. So I think my favorite one was still the one that had had a couple of Halloween postcards in it, and then it had that Chicago White Sox baseball postcard. If anybody was in that show, that was one of the cooler postcards I've ever seen. It was like 1908, and it had a picture of the like little headshots of the team and the manager. That was just that was one of my favorite cards that I've ever seen. Oh, and that was the one that also. What were the other cool cards? And there were some, I can't remember now. That's been like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But in any case, let me go ahead and start this one. We'll start at 3, and you're getting all the cards in here, not the album or the pages, though. So, all right, let me go ahead and start it, and then I'll just run through it real quickly while it's running. All right, that's $3 starting bid, 45 seconds. All right, that's running. So I won't give a whole lot of commentary on these. There were maybe 6, 7, 8 text postcards we found in here. I don't remember the exact number, but a lot of Christmas at the front. Then we got into a lot more Valentine's. But for the most part, I think they were all holiday postcards. Thanks for the bids, everyone. I really, really appreciate everybody spending your Friday afternoon with me. My goal is to do this every Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern, so make sure you put it on your calendar so you can come to my future shows too. Thanks for the bids, everyone. Mighty Annie's in here, so she's throwing elbows. She likes to throw elbows during these auctions. There was the Halloween postcard. So there was one Halloween. I forgot that one was in here. We got Mighty Annie winning. Is she going to take it? No last second bid. Oh, we got a last second bid. Thank you, everyone. Let's see if we can get through these. All right. Thank you so much, April Clark. That is your first purchase from me. And as I mentioned, these will all come out of the album and they will be shipped just like, all these other stacks of postcards over here that people have won so far. So let me write your name on the outside of this, though. April Clark, 1465. All right, so that took us to 4:30. Like I said, I'll go to 5 if y'all want me to. So if y'all want to do some more just the stacks from the boxes, let me know. I'll be happy to stick around if any of y'all want to stick around. So just let me know. Let me also run another giveaway though while I'm getting ready for that. So I'm going to randomly pull from one of these boxes, and we'll see what's in the giveaway here. I'm actually there. I'm just running them as they come out of these boxes behind me. So that's exactly how I found them in this farmhouse, and they did not seem to be organized at all. So there's a little bit of everything in the lots. So I mean, I start everything at $3, so you can get some really good postcards. But yeah, you'll have to organize them. So this is gonna be for the giveaway. Here's the courthouse, Northampton, Massachusetts. I'll do like probably 10 cards here. South Boston. Yeah, this is a good example of how they come out of here. I mean, I just pulled this stack from the middle. There's library in Winchester, New Hampshire. That was 4. There's St. Patrick's Catholic Church. About the only thing we've determined is that for the most part, they seem to be mostly early 1900s, 1910s. Then you get a few that are 20s and 30s. And I think the newest ones we found, can you put them closer to the green book? Which green book are you talking about? Yeah, and I mean, I'm not showing these as closely as I do the others since it's a giveaway, but I go a lot slower when we're doing the ones that you're bidding on. So there's Bristol, Rhode Island. Let me do a couple more. Providence, Rhode Island, and that one's Watch Hill, Rhode Island. And here, I'll do one more. So this will be the giveaway. So this is Trinity Church in New York City. This one does have some issues, so I'm going to throw in one more. And that one is Westminster Street in Providence, Rhode Island. All right, so this will be the giveaway. Let me just put this on it so I know which ones those are. And let me go ahead and start that giveaway. All right, that giveaway's running, so make sure you get in that. So the way we're running this is I put 3 stacks up here under the numbers 1, 2, and 3. And then I'll put a stack of 10 or 15 or so, just depending on, I always lose count here. And then I'll start an auction for 45 seconds and keep throwing cards down to the auction ends. And then you can, thank you for the share. So you can, then you'll get all the ones in this pile. Then you can choose one from up top as well. So and then what the pennies are for, if something doesn't get chosen for 3 rounds in a row, I throw it in a stack, which are all these right now. And I'll run these at the end starting at $1. So let me go ahead and let's get our stacks of 5 out there. So for the first stack, we have Portland, Maine, Congress Square Hall. And then there's the back. That one's from 1910. Then we have Augusta, Maine Congregational Church. And that one, I can't read maybe 1908, I think it is. And then we have Moosehead Lake, Maine. And that one's not sure the date on that one. There's Seal Harbor, Maine there. Do one more for that stack. And that's Cape Elizabeth Bathing Beach. So we'll put that in stack 1. We'll go put 3 pennies there. And then stack 2. That one's also Elizabeth, Maine. That's the Cottage Casino. Or that's a view from the Cottage Casino. Here's a real photo from Lake Maranacook, Maine. I can't see the date on it. And then there is Fry's Leap showing the images. Oh, I guess like their images painted in there. So there's that one. Whoops, sorry about that. Here's Dining Room, the Roosevelt House. This one does have some wear on it. I'm not going to count that one. And then here's Portland, Maine, Cape Cod Casino. Well, we've been going since 1. So, I mean, I try to, I try to show them good enough so you know what you're getting. But I mean, I can go a little fast. Usually, what I do is go faster once I actually start the auction, the ones I'm throwing down. So I get as many in the stack as possible. So there's two. There's some river in Brandon, Vermont. And then there's the beautiful green mountains of Vermont. And you always have to refill all five at the top either. So this is taking a little longer since it's the first one we've done. There's Glen Falls at Lake Morion, Vermont. There's three. And then here's Rollway Hill in Winooski, Vermont. Oh, I mean, this is the third show I've done using this format. Now I've been on Whatnot doing different things for the last 3 years or so. But I don't ever, I mean, to this point, I haven't done that many postcard only shows because I've never had this volume of postcards before. I was just very fortunate to find this farmhouse where I got all these from. I mean, we got a lot of other cool ephemera too that you'll see next week. So, all right, so now I'm going to put the tin down and let me grab another stack so I got enough to go through. And then we'll start an auction for 45 seconds. So, hey, Steve, thank you. Here's a winter scene at Lowell Lake in Londonderry, Vermont. It's a real photo. This one has, so does anybody know the age on this one? It is the little squares. We haven't seen that one. We've seen the triangles, which are 1904 to 1918. And then we've also seen the diamonds, I think. But yeah, those are little squares. So I'm not sure what year that is. But real photo there. And then we have a Shady Drive, Lake Quechee, Canaan, New York. So there's two. There's Museum of Art in New York. Looks like 1914 maybe. And then there's St. Patrick's Cathedral, New York. There's another real photo. Crestwood near Tuckahoe. And that one is 1912, it looks like. There's Oswego, New York. Oh, Millicent Memories. Thank you, or congratulations on the win. Hold on, let me get this one down. I'm going to go ahead and write your name on that real quick. Give me just a second. How much snow do y'all have, Melissa? I ain't even looked out the back to see how much we got. And we could be really snowed in or it could have stopped for all I know. All right, so I think that's your first thing you've gotten today. So, all right, I lost count. So we'll just put 5 or 6 more down. Here's Long Island, the Edgemere Club. And then here's Wellsville, New York, 1907. Here is Hotel St. George, 500 private baths, $2 and up. So that's in Brooklyn, New York, or was in Brooklyn, New York. Anybody know if that building's still there? It does have a little crease in the corner down here. And then Grand Central Station, New York, 1908. Let me put like 2 more down and then we'll start it. Old Iron Mine in Millerton, New York. And then Ocean Avenue in Quogue, Long Island. Look at the cows and the horse there. So, all right. So let me go ahead and get this back to the postcard lot and pin it. Let me get one ready because I do go faster during this part because I want to get as many on the stack as I can for the people bidding. So let me get a drink of water. Let me stretch real quick. All right, I think I'm ready. All right, so we're going to do 45 seconds, $3 start, and that's running. So Vermont, and I usually just say the state on these. So there's 1908 Massachusetts. This one's got some creases in it, so I'm not going to say a lot about it. There's Amsterdam, New York. There is the Flatiron Building in New York. There is the Flatiron Building in New York again. Looks like a different view of it. There's Catskill Mountains. Here is the Futurist Ballroom in Rectors of New York. Remember, you're getting this plus your choice of one up top. And then here's Bash Falls. Here's like a steamboat across the lake in Champlain, New York. Here's Northport, Long Island. This one's got glitter all over it. This one also has been embellished with glitter. There's Sunset on Pikes Peak. Oh, this one's cool. Look at the dog pulling the wagon there. All right, thank you, Prylin. And then usually just throw in an extra couple here. There's one from Boston, and then there's one from Boston. So, and then do you want 1, 2, or 3? Oh, I know. No worries. I mean, I'm always up for constructive criticism. I do not do things always the best way, I'm sure, in anything I do. But so, I mean, this format has worked really well for these auctions I've been doing. So, 1, 2, or 3 up top. And let me know if you need to see like any of the stacks. The New York ones. Do you remember which stack that was? Maybe this one, New York. Let's see. Vermont. Well, that one's just Vermont, New York. So that one's Maine. There's a New York. So I think they all have at least Maine. So so far they've each had one New York in it. Maybe this one, Maine. I don't know. Now that you've seen the stacks, just tell me 1, 2, or 3, because none of them are all New York. I mean, you're getting this whole stack, and then plus one of those. Number 1. All right. Thank you for the bid on that. Let me write your name on a sticky since that's your first purchase. Who else is getting snow today? For us here in Tennessee, when it snows, it shuts us down. So. All right, so we're going to take a penny away from these 2 stacks, and then we're going to fill up our top again. So here's the Singer Building in New York. Not sure what year that is. Then here's Providence, Rhode Island, a railway station. Here's Cave of the Winds, Niagara Falls. And then here is Bridgeport, Connecticut. And then there's Woolsey Hall at Yale College, New Haven, Connecticut. And then New London, Connecticut, the finish of the Harvard and the Yale boat races. All right, so we'll stick that in number 1. And let me grab some more. Well, I think I have enough to do the initial lot here. Here's Pechong River in Westbrook, Connecticut. So it's hand-colored. Undivided back there on that one. Here's Savin Rock, Connecticut. That's the other thing that more today, no mailing, I'm on a plowed street. Yeah, they don't plow our streets. They don't even brine our neighborhood. Like the main roads on either side of us, they brine. I did salt my driveway this morning and my sidewalk, so at least we can maybe get out of the driveway. It's just a matter, can we get up the hill on either side of our house? You got to go up a hill no matter which way you go. So there's Norwich, Connecticut. Here's the Beach Park Memories, Indian relics along the shore. It says this is something. 1906. And then here's Tyler's Dock in Nantucket, Connecticut. And there's State Normal School in Wilmington, Connecticut. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this one. Something Set Point, Westbrook, Connecticut. It's got some staining on the back. Here's the oldest house in Chester, Connecticut. So we do seem to be in some Connecticut. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, yeah, they just haven't been in any order, but you will find some runs like of the same state or the same landmark, but yeah, they're just kind of random. The Rebecca Nurse House in Danvers, Massachusetts. Oh, that's where, Rebecca Norse, a good woman, was a martyr to the witchcraft delusion. So I guess during the witchcraft stuff. She was one of the people they came after. And then here's St. Joseph's Church in Lynn, Massachusetts. V and Sons postcard. Valentine and Sons is what that stands for. All right, so let me grab some more from back here. Let's see if I've got a box we haven't pulled from yet. I think we've pulled from here. All right, so I just pulled that stack out. Let me put a few more there and then we'll start. Here's the square. Looks to be a foreign postcard maybe. Here is a Real Photo Seacliff Road Bangor. I guess that's Maine. Oh, Bangor, Colorado maybe. Marine Gardens, Bangor. Or maybe it's company down. I think it is Maine because that doesn't look like Colorado. All right, so I think that's enough to get us started. You love Valentine's, Millicent? All right, so you got your bidding on everything we throw down in the next 45 seconds with these, plus you get your choice up top. So let me go ahead and run next. And this is running now. Here's Newcastle somewhere. That's another Valentine's. Warren Point from Omeath. This looks like we're in a little run of foreign postcards here. Here's Newcastle. Got a lot of stamps on that one. There's another foreign. Here's some kind of real photo. It looks like the harbor at Warren Point. Foreign postcard. And then we have Municipal Gardens, Warren Point. Then we have Warren Point from Dromore Road. Sorry about the glare. They wrote a book on that one. Here's the promenade at Warren Point. So yeah, like I said, you'll find some runs like this, another Warren Point. And then that's something. Here is the Wakeman's house. And then Boaster for Quay. Thank you, Mighty Annie. Let me go throw in a couple more here. Yeah, that one's got some wear to it. So let's see. I'll do the next two here. Market Square in Lisburn. And then this picturesque something. And it's a tux. So there you go. Let's see. I'm pretty sure you had bought something. Where is your... No, maybe you didn't. So is that your first thing you bought today? I think you were bidding on the album. Is what I was thinking of. Yeah, you did try hard, so. All right, so, oh, and then did you want 1, 2, or 3, Annie? I forgot to even ask that. Number 1. All right, so we'll pull these. So those each are on life support now. And let's put 5 more up top. So there's another Warren Point. So let's see, these stamps are, I guess it's England. Then here's Hill Street from West Newry. Ulster Clothing. That's a Valentine's. Then there's Queen Victoria Home. Then here is Giant Ring in Belfast, Ireland. These do have like some wear along the edges. Here's Margaret Square in Newry. It's another Valentine's. This one's got quite a bit of wear on the corners and around, but that's Powers Court Waterfall in Wicklow. I haven't ever been to Europe, so my daughters have both been over there a couple of times. They hiked the Camino de Santiago a couple of years ago, so they were in France and Spain, and then they did the, what was it called? It was like a loop trail, the Tour de Mont Blanc, and they that was like Switzerland, Italy, France maybe. I can't remember where all they were, but they did those 2 hikes in back-to-back years. So There's the Mary Street. Let me go ahead and get some more down here. Here's another Europe postcard, it looks like. There's that one. Wherever Omeath is, it's Ireland because there's the Irish stamp. So these have Irish stamps on them. And real photo type postcard of some sort. And then Helvetius, that's Switzerland, or I think is that Switzerland or Sweden? I think it's one of those two. I used to know all those countries because I collected stamps. This one's got a lot of wear on the edge, so we won't count it. And then this one's Parliament, Westminster Bridge and House of Parliament. Big Ben, Parliament. And here, let me put one more and then we'll start. And then there's Aldborough Roman pottery, needles and spoons, etc. All right, that's a good stack to start with. Let me grab some more from the boxes back here. Let me do this box. All right, let me get the first one up there. Maybe run next. This is the Queen Mary, it looks like. Launch of Cunard White Star Liner Queen Mary, September 26, 1934. And we are running. Here's Quebec. Here's the Cunard White Line Queen Mary again. Here is an experiment station for goldfish, something like that, 1908. Here's Pikes Peak. And then here's Terraces in Central Park, New York. Here's Providence, Rhode Island, Roger Williams Park. Here is Connecticut. Here is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Independence Hall. Here is Municipal Building in New York City. Here is whatever that is. The Loyal Order of the Moose. It had a crease in it. Fall River, Massachusetts. And then here is Methodist Church in Windsor, Connecticut. Here's Southington, Connecticut. Hanover, New Hampshire. Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you, Eva Beck. Let me go in and do the next couple here. And then that one there. And 1, 2, or 3. Welcome in, everyone. Probably wrapping up here in the next maybe 10 minutes or so. But I appreciate everybody staying with me since 1 o'clock. And be on again next Friday. Number 1. Oh, yeah, let me throw 5 down for that real quick. Here's the Ostrich Farm. We saw some of those in the album. Here is the London Tower Bridge. Here is a casino somewhere, Monte Carlo. There is Davenport Hotel in Spokane. Here's Front Street, Bermuda. And then something City Hall in St. Louis. So 1, 2, or 3 now. You always forget to refill those. Number 1. Okay, so that goes in your very large stack over here. And then so that kills number 2 and 3. So those will go in the dollar at the end bid. And then I got to fill all these up. So this is $4.52. So here's St. Louis, Missouri. Here is Stamford, Connecticut. Here is Los Angeles, California. Here is somewhere in Connecticut, Soundview, Connecticut. Here is Meridian, Connecticut. And then I'll put one more in there, Bridgeport, Connecticut. So we'll put that number 1. Then for number 2, we have St. Louis, Missouri. Another St. Louis, Missouri. The First Church of Christ Scientist. I think we saw a Mary Baker Eddy home place postcard earlier. Here's County Bridge over the Tennessee River in Knoxville. Then here is the Ramblers Road in Southern Pines, North Carolina. And then looking northeast from Mojave Point in the Grand Canyon. All right, so that'll be 2, and then 3 is going to be the Hotel Chamberlain at Old Point Comfort, Virginia. Here's Yellowstone National Park. Here's a Masonic Temple in Chicago. Here is City Hall in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And then here's the flower beds in Lincoln Park, Chicago. And then I'll go ahead, and this is another Chicago one, so we'll stick it with it. All right, so there's our 3 stacks. All right, I think, let me grab a few more just in case. So I'll be ready. All right, so here's Paris. Here's whatever this one is. It looks like some fairies or something playing musical instruments. It looks to be a foreign postcard. And then here is another foreign postcard. That's High Street. It's got some creases. And as I've mentioned several times, I mean, all these postcards, I mean, they came out of a farmhouse. I have no idea how long they've been sitting there. You know, really none of them are probably what I would call mint. We found a few, but I mean, they're all in the fair to good condition is what I would say. So here's a real photo of some boat in a harbor. Postcard picture. There's another one. Looks like somebody's tomb or something. And then here is another postcard picture. So these all appear to be foreign, maybe England, but they're all that same brand. So quite a few of these. They're Judges Limited, if anybody's heard of that postcard company. Yeah, by Judges Limited in Hastings. There's another one. And then there's the last one of these, at least in this stack. It's actually, it says British goods are the best. All right, let me throw a few more and then we'll get started. There's the needles. And this might be the last one except for the $1 start. Postage due, not enough postage. They only put 1 penny. So there's 2 half-penny stamps and they still owe 2 cents. So it must have come to the U.S. Yeah, it came to the U.S. from Britain. So I guess they did not put enough to get it to their house. Here's the Fountains Abbey from the Northwest. And then finally, here's a foreign postcard of some sort. Yeah, Switzerland. All right, so here we go. Let me get these ready, and we will run next. And then we'll run one more at the end of do a $1 start of these, and I'll probably do the adding just like I'm doing with these. So this is now running, and this is the Houses of Parliament. And there is, not sure what that is. Here's the Tower Bridge in London. Here's London Bridge. It's not falling down though. This one's in terrible shape, so I'm just throwing it down. Here's the Masonic Temple. I think we saw one of those earlier. Here's Lincoln Park, Chicago. There's Douglas Monument in Chicago. There is Drexel Boulevard in Chicago. There's another Chicago. Looks like a park of some sort. Here's the Field Museum. Here's another Washington Park. So a lot of Chicago parks there. Yeah, so all these appear to be Chicago we're running through right now. Or they don't appear to be. They are. There's Rome. So we go from Chicago to Rome. And then there is some deer. Looks to be a foreign postcard. There's Arnhem. Thank you, Prowlin. That one came out of a scrapbook. Let me throw the next couple on here. That one's foreign postcard, also scrapbook. And then this one is the casino in Providence, Rhode Island. And then I'll put one more in there. Newport, Rhode Island, Bathing Beach. And then do you want 1, 2, or 3 up top? Number 2. All right, so here's what we're going to do to end the show. I'm going to take these, and all these. So you're starting with this many postcards. And I think there were some good ones in here. You know, they just didn't get picked for whatever reason, because I guess better stacks were out at the time. But I'm not going to show them again. Thanksgiving, there's a birthday one. So some Happy New Year. So anyway, that'll be our stack. Our stack to start with. We can get rid of those now. And then I'm going to just start throwing down for 45 seconds. Start this at $1. So let me repin this so I can start it at $1. And let me grab some more postcards. So I got plenty to go through. I haven't pulled any from there yet. So, all right. So here will be the first one that'll come out. It's the Dimmeling Hotel in Clearfield, Pennsylvania. So let me start the auction. We're going to do it at $1. 45 seconds and we're off and running. So there's the Pennsylvania. Here is Long Island, New York, Port Jefferson. Here is Springfield, Massachusetts. Here's the U.S. Naval Training Station in Newport, Rhode Island. I'll try to go through these quick so y'all get as many as possible. There's somebody fishing. So we got some linens we're going through here. Miami, Florida. Coral Gables, Florida. Southern Idaho. Here's one of the Choose Your Own Adventure postcards. Here's a chrome. Here's some real photo, look like foreign postcards. Oh yeah, some more of those postcard pictures. There's that one. Trying to go fast here. I want to get y'all as many postcards as I can. Broderick. I think I threw a couple down there. There's a boat. Oh, here's some tennis players. That's kind of cool. And Eva Beck got it. So I had that one in my hand. So you're getting all those added to your stack. So you won the tallest stack of the night award. So here, here's a couple more. And I'll probably throw a few extra in everybody's stack. And you reach platinum level. So I think that actually gets you like 20% off or something. I can't remember what I set them up as. I know platinum, I think, is that the next highest to diamond? Let's see, that was Eva back. So yeah, I appreciate. Let me just flip the phone back around here. Let's put it back here. Let me get my tripod. And y'all stick with me just a second because we'll find somebody to raid. But let me get the phone on this tripod. Let me spin it around. And let me go out here and see who we might can raid. And I really, really appreciate everybody spending the last 4 hours with me. Yeah, a little over 4 hours. And let's see who all we have running ephemera right now. We have 12 people in here. So like I said, stick around at least long enough to raid. And I'll just pick, let me refresh it. Go to ephemera. Yeah, I hope everybody survives the snowpocalypse, the great snowpocalypse of 2025. I'm excited to go look at the snow here in just a second. So we'll raid Sarah Jane 62. All right, everybody, have a great weekend. Stay safe. I will try to stay safe. Probably, well, I may have to go to Clinton tomorrow to work at my antique mall. It just depends on how the roads are. I need to call the owner tonight to see if she wants me to try to come in. So we're going to go raid Sarah Jane 62. Oh, she's right here. So yeah, everybody, I hope to see you next Friday, 1:00 p.m. Also, just real quick, make sure you go to my website and follow me on social media. Check out the podcast I do with the Slim Flippers and Frizzy Spines on YouTube. We release a new episode every Tuesday. Actually, going to be doing a live a week from Sunday to celebrate 200 subscribers. So, real excited about that. And we will see y'all next time.